Selamünaleyküm, everyone. Welcome. I am Mehmet Rüştü Türker, the coordinator of the program. You will have student hosts soon, but I'd like to give some brief information about the event. You can follow the program on our website. If you Google it, you will find nothing because it's not listed. It's not indexed. But you have already know the website, so you can follow the program, what's next, etc. Now I'd like to announce your hosts, Mr. Dülger and Mr. Maden. Thank you again for coming here.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of our program. Yesterday gave us profound historical and spiritual context. Today, we turn our gaze toward international systems, colonialism, and geopolitics.
To lead this discussion, we are privileged to hear from Professor Dr. Berdal Aral, a prominent scholar of international law and relations. Professor Aral has written extensively on the structural inequalities of the United Nations and global justice. His speech today is titled Zionism as the Hostis Humani, the enemy of mankind in the existing international order. Professor Aral, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. And I congratulate Marmara Anadolu İmam Hatip Lisesi as well as Boğaziçi University for hosting this very interesting and stimulating event on the threat posed by Zionism with regard to the Arabs, the Palestinians, and the whole world, actually. So we should be aware of the dangers posed by Zionist ideology and Zionist actions. My presentation will be about international law. You have listened to different aspects of Zionist movement and the Israel aggression from political perspective, from historical perspective, and from other perspectives, but I will focus on the international legal dimension. I'm a scholar of international law, so I am dealing with the international law violations of the State of Israel. Let me begin by saying that the term hostis humani, the term hostis humani is a Latin term that indicates that a particular actor has become the enemy of humanity, not only against a particular group of people. And this term was used during the medieval ages against the pirates. The pirates were attacking different ships, and they mostly did not have nationality. And they were seen as a threat to all of the states in the world. So they decided to collaborate after a certain time. They decided to collaborate against the pirates as the hostis humani. But then in the 20th century, the term has also been used to indicate certain actors that violate crimes against humanity, crimes against peace, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, genocide. These actors, they have been designated as hostis humani. And I wrote this title to indicate that Israel has become the hostis humani of humanity, meaning that the Israeli actions are not only violating the rights of the Palestinians or the Syrian people, the Lebanese people, but it's also violating the rights of the whole of humanity, because the crimes that Israelis have been committing, they are not just human rights violations, they are not just aggressions, but they are also crimes against humanity, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and genocide. Therefore, we say that these obligations violated by Israel, they are erga omnes obligations in international law. Erga omnes obligations, meaning that they are violations of international obligations against the whole of international society, against all of us, not just against the Palestinians. Therefore, it also means that we have to collaborate together all of the states and non-state actors, we must come together to wage a long fight, struggle against Zionism. That's the implication of this title. As you well know, on the 7th of October, when a group of armed Palestinians launched offensive against Israeli targets, this was not intended to hurt, the civilians in Israel, but it was intended to actually to get rid of, to liberate themselves from the occupation, de facto occupation of Gaza, because Gaza, as you well know, was under siege, deadly siege, since 2007, and it became open prison, as you well know. So it was intended to actually salvage Gaza from this oppressive occupation, de facto occupation, and the suffering that they were subjected to. They also reacted against the Abrahamic Accords, as you well know. Probably some of the speakers yesterday mentioned about those. Abrahamic Accords intended to normalize Israelis' relations with Arab countries. And as you well know, they signed treaties of normalization with Morocco, for instance, with Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, and so forth. So it was intended to show that the Palestinians are not going to accept that. It was also a reaction against, and again, I know yesterday because I watched from the video, I think some of the speakers mentioned that Al-Aqsa Mosque, they intend to demolish Al-Aqsa Mosque, as you well know. So these were all reactions against that, and to alert the whole of international society, the whole world, that Palestine is dying, that Israel aggression is achieving its objectives, that there will no more be Palestine left after this, the carnage caused by the Israelis, their aggression against not only Gaza, but also against the West Bank as well, that they intend to completely eliminate historical Palestine. The question, the death toll in Gaza, after 7th of October, what Israel did in Gaza is definitely a genocide. And the figures. I won't give you the figures because you know already the figures. I don't want to talk about the figures. But let me just say a few words about the demolition of the housing units. About 76% of the housing units were demolished or destroyed. 81% of all structures have been damaged or destroyed, apart from, of course, 73,000 people. But I think there are more people below the debris, unfortunately. So this is the minimum figure we have, actually. And number of people wounded, 171,000 people, as we know today. Of course, the figure might increase, unfortunately. But it's not only Gaza that the genocide was committed, it's also in the West Bank. In the West Bank, Israel has been very active as well in its aggression, because since the 7th of October, about 1,200 people were killed in the West Bank by Israelis, and about 20,000 people were wounded in the West Bank after 7th of October, meaning in the last 2.5 years. More than 33,000 Palestinians have been displaced in the West Bank. I'm not talking about Gaza, in the West Bank as well. Israel wants to completely eliminate Palestine, and they are doing their best to achieve their objectives. There was the argument, discussion in the international press, the dominant media in the West, in the United States, claiming that the 7th of October offensive, the Al-Aqsa Tufan, is actually a terrorist action. That's what they claim. I'm an international lawyer. From an international law perspective, it's impossible to define as a terrorist act, because Palestinians are under occupation. They have been under occupation in Gaza, in the West Bank as well. And of course, when people are under military occupation, they have a right of self-defense. So I gave, in my article, I wrote an article in Inside Turkey, and I said in my article that, the French resistance during the Second World War, the Germans occupied France. Germany occupied France during the Second World War. And after the occupation, many, French resistance movements emerged. They mushroomed from different parts of France, and they began to launch offensives against the German targets. If this attack is called terrorism, then we have to call the French resistance as terrorism as well. Of course, it's not terrorism, it's self-defense. If there's an armed attack, if there's occupation against the territories of a particular state, it's self-defense. Imagine Greece occupied Turkey in the 1920s. Greece occupied Turkey in the 1920s. And the people of Turkey, they resisted against this. Huayi Milliye. Is Kuwait a terrorist act? Is it terrorism? When you are fighting against occupation, it's self-defense. So the Palestinian action was, of course, a self-defense. It wasn't aggression. It wasn't terrorist act. We have to say that. Israelis claim that they have a right of self-defense. Under international law, if you are an occupying state, if you are occupying a particular piece of territory, you have no right of self-defense. You are the cause of self-defense. Therefore, because Israel is the occupant in Gaza, it could not possibly be exercising its right of self-defense. It cannot enjoy right of self-defense. Imagine United States occupied Afghanistan in 2001. What's the action of the United States? Is it self-defense or armed attack against the Afghani people? It's armed attack. It's occupation. It's aggression, military aggression. So that's the same for the Palestinians as well. And I have to say that I'm very sorry that we do not have enough international lawyers in the Muslim world. We don't have that many international lawyers who would be vocal about this issue and discussing from an international law perspective why this could not be seen as terrorism. That the Al-Aqsa Tufan is an act of self-defense, legal under international law. There are lots of international treaties and conventions and international resolutions about that. But obviously you are in the secondary school, so I don't want to bore you with my legalistic technicalities. It will be very boring for you. So I'm not going to enter into that subject. It could be quite boring. Let me also say that again, within the Muslim world, there is this perception of the Palestinians that they are always victimized, but they are not a state. They are a people who are always mistreated, yes, subject to genocide, yes, occupied, yes, but don't forget, Palestine is a state. And the sad thing is that the Muslim states, they themselves treat the Palestinians as if they are not states. Today, I looked at the figures. Today, 159 states, they recognize Palestine as a state. It's a state under military occupation. Okay? And in 1988, when the Palestinian Assembly declared independence, 1988, Palestinian National Assembly declared independence in 1988. A few weeks later, the United Nations General Assembly met and it adopted a resolution congratulating Palestinians for this act, that approving this act of independence declaration, and that Israel should cease its occupation and withdraw from the Palestinian territories as soon as possible. This happened in 1988 with the great majority of the General Assembly member states. Therefore, we must cease to treat the Palestinians simply as a group of people. No, they are also a state, but it's under military occupation. We must not forget that. In Gaza, the actions of the Israelis, the Israeli action in Gaza after 7th of October, how can we define it? It's genocide. Of course, there is no doubt that it's a genocide. It's genocide because after 7th of October, intentionally, deliberately, the Israeli armed forces, they actually targeted Palestinians to murder them. They murdered them collectively. So it's killing, they killed the members of the group. This is genocide. But they also did other acts. For instance, causing serious bodily and or mental damage to the people. There are lots of people who have become deeply wounded, psychological problems. Many of them lost their legs, arms, okay? That's also genocide. The third definition, again, genocide. The third act which constitutes genocide as well. Deliberately inflicting on the group of people, the Palestinians, conditions intended to destroy the group by depriving them of water, electricity, food, medicine, okay? And this is also genocide. And preventing births. Did the Israelis do that as well? Yes, they tried to prevent the births in Gaza by murdering pregnant women intentionally and bombing hospitals, okay? So these are all acts of genocide. But in my opinion, as an international lawyer, I say that it's not enough to call this genocide. It's not enough. It's more than that. Why? Because they also they want to displace the Palestinians as well. Displacement. It's not only genocide, displacement. Sexual assault to the Palestinians. insulting, all sorts of insults, destruction of memory, destruction of museums, universities, schools, historical artifacts, mosques, churches. This is the intention to destroy the collective memory of the Palestinian people. So this is more than genocide. Burning people alive. Burning people alive. And destroying the nature, poisoning water, poisoning the soil. Okay? These are more than, this is more than genocide. I think, it epitomizes the whole of evil we have witnessed in the whole of history, in the whole of humanity, the history of humanity. Look at the history of humanity. You find in the Quran, you find in the other sacred books, how certain people were so cruel, so tyrannic, so evil that they burnt people, they assaulted them, they were deviant, they murdered people, they murdered innocent people, they murdered the babies, in Egypt, for instance. All of them have been witnessed in this genocide in Gaza. So I think we must invent a new term for that. The Second World War, Jews were subject to genocide themselves by the Nazi Germany and the other collaborating governments. What's the term they use for genocide, for the Jewish genocide in the Second World War? What do they call that? Holocaust. You see, they invent a new term to differentiate their suffering from others. And they say, ours is unique. And I say from here that the Gaza is unique. With the degree, intensity, and the depth of the suffering. It's the I repeat, it's the epitomization, actually. It's the epitome of the whole of the evil put together in the history of humanity. Therefore, we must invent a new term for this, I think. And also, it's also unique in terms of the explicit disclosure of intention to destroy the Palestinians. Normally, those who commit genocide, they don't disclose their intention because it's shameful. It's shameful to commit genocide. It's disgusting. Okay? But what did Israeli officials do? The state administrators, what did the prime minister, foreign minister, the army, what did they say? They said, we don't regard any civilians. There is no civilian in Gaza. We will destroy them. Human animals, they call them human animals, Palestinians. They said there is no innocent person in Gaza. We destroy Gaza. There will be no food, no eggs, nothing. We destroy Gaza. Disclosure of intention, and this is very unique as well. We did not see this in Rwanda. We did not see this in Bosnia, in case of genocide. We did not see this against the Jews. The Nazi Germany, although they were evil, of course they were evil, but they never, even many German people didn't know about that. Many Germans didn't know that there was a genocide against the Jews and against some other people, not only against Jews, against Romans, for instance, against disabled people and some other people. But the Germans didn't know that, most of them. In the case of the Zionist state, Israel, Israelis knew that, Palestinians knew that, the whole world knew that, because they disclosed their intention. We will destroy you. Okay? And this is also unique, I think, in many ways. Now I would like to focus my attention on something else. And that is, the question is Israel legal under international law? That's my question. Is Israel a legal entity in international law? My argument is that, legally speaking, the basis of Israel is not solid, is not well-founded, in my opinion. And I have written about that. Why? Now I would like to focus on that subject. 1917, the Balfour Declaration. Balfour Declaration, I know you know about that. Balfour Declaration, 1917. The British promised a national home for Jews in Palestine, wasn't it? 1917. But let me ask you a question. In 1917, what was the percentage of the Jews in Palestine? When the occupying state, Britain, actually it hadn't occupied yet, because Britain occupied Palestine after about 1 month. This happened during the First World War. The Ottomans were being defeated on the battlefield, and they knew that the Ottomans would withdraw from those areas. So this happened in November, the beginning of November. And in December, they occupied Palestine, the British. Okay? So when the British declared, made this declaration, Balfour Declaration, What was the percentage of the Arabs in Palestine? Does anyone know about that? What was the percentage of the, not Arabs, Jews in Palestine? What percent? I think it was about 7%. 7%, to my knowledge. You know, the figure I have is 7%, okay? National home for a particular people. What's the meaning of national home? National home, what does it mean? Normally, what do you think? I mean, when you hear a promise, national home, what do you think? You would probably think that I will be allowed to establish a state. I will be a state. But what about the non-Jews in Palestine? 93% Arabs. Can you imagine a society, okay, dominated by 93%, and the colonial state, the British, they are promising a state for 7%. This is disgusting, and this is the most, I think, treacherous documents in history. That's why I called my book Bitmeyen İhanet, unending betrayal. That's how I call my book. All right. So this is the first indication of the illegality of the whole process leading to the establishment of Israel. It's against international. Why? Because after the First World War, a new norm emerged in international law, self-determination. What's the meaning of self-determination? Self-determination means that if a particular territory is under occupation or under colonial domination, then the majority of people decide about its future. That's self-determination. The people decide who will govern that particular territory. Or maybe it's going to unite with another state. Okay? 93% did not decide. Who decided? 7%. I mean, colonial forces allowed the 7% to become the major political actor in the area. And this is against international law, all right? So that's the first thing I want to mention. Second thing, in 1922, British established the mandates. British mandate was established. It was approved by the League of Nations. You know, League of Nations, it was established in 1919. Militer Cemiyeti, League of Nations, 1919, all right? And this mandate, and also, let me also say that, in the League of Nations covenant means treaty, you know, treaty, agreement, treaty. League of Nations covenant, treaty. It said that in the territories in which the Ottomans were forced to leave, okay, there would be new states emerging in the Arab majority areas. Okay, new states would emerge, but it would be governed provisionally, temporarily, by mandatory states. But it would be governed, they had the right of administration. They had the right of administration. And this is a very interesting point. At right of administration, yani idari tasarruf hakkı. İdari tasarruf hakkı, right of administration. That means the British did not have the right of sovereignty there, did not have sovereignty. Yani egemenlik yoktu, egemenliği yok, hükümranlığı yok. Okay? So the British had no right of sovereignty in the area. It only had the right of administration. And the question now I am posing is this. If the British did not have the right of sovereignty, how is it that it can allow and encourage the migration of the Jews into Palestine? Because the territory is not your territory. As I said, based on self-determination, the majority will decide. And don't forget, the mandatory states would govern there provisionally, right of administration, and then they would confer independence to the people of Palestine or people of Iraq. And that's what happened in Iraq, for instance. Iraq became independent. Syria became independent. They were all mandated states, mandated territories, or mandatory territories. Lebanon became independent. Jordan became independent. The question is, why not Palestine? We have to pose this question. And I am very sorry to say that the Muslim scholars, as well as Muslim governments, do not pose this question. They are not interested in these questions. The defeat that we face as Muslims, in the case of Palestine, in the case of other problems we have, the reason why we are marginalized as Muslims in the international system, because we don't have our own ideas. We are not free inside. We don't produce our own concepts, ideas, and principles. That's the problem. So these issues that I am questioning here, most people are not interested in these questions. Muslims are not posing these questions. I tell you another thing about Palestine. You know what? What was the name of the mandated territory in Palestine? What was it called, the state? When British was the mandatory between 1922 and 1948, when British was mandatory in that area. What was the name of the place? Palestine. The state, it was Palestine. It was called it wasn't called Israel. There is no state called Israel. It was Palestine. All right? And if a Jew, for instance, migrated into Palestine, they would become Palestinian nation. They would have Palestinian nationality. They would obtain not a British nationality. They would obtain Palestinian nationality. So my question is, how is it then? My question is this: how is it then, if the British were not sovereign in that area, in Palestine, how come could they actually allow the migration of the Jews into Palestine, while the great majority, almost all of the Palestinians were against it? Self-determination. Where is self-determination there, I mean? Where is self-determination? So I'm questioning that. The third issue that I want to raise with you, in terms of international law, about the creation of Israel, is that in 1947, the United Nations General Assembly adopted a very important resolution. Maybe some of you have heard about that resolution, 1947. Does anyone know about that resolution? November 1947. You know, the British decided to pull out from Palestine as a mandatory state because it could not control the situation. There was this bloody clashes between Palestinians and the Jews. And the Jews were also attacking the British. It's a long story. I'm not entering here now because we don't have enough time for that. Okay? But then, so then what the British did was they brought this issue before the United Nations General Assembly, this conflict, United Nations General Assembly. And United Nations General Assembly, in November 1947, adopted a very interesting, sad, interesting but sad, tragic resolution. Resolution 181. You must know this, very, very important. If, you know, those, I'm sure all of you are interested in the Palestinian problem. So you could inquire into this very tragic resolution, 181. It's also called partition resolution. Huh? Taksim, yani Taksim şeyi, kararı. So this resolution actually, by 2/3 majority of the United Nations General Assembly, decided to partition Palestine between Jews and the Arabs. Between Jews and Arabs. And the Jews at the time, the population of Jews at the time was 32% of the whole population, 32%. At the time, there were about 2 million people living in Palestine, and more than two-thirds were Arabs, 32% were Jews, okay, at the time. But what was the ultimate partition plan? It actually apportioned 56.5% of Palestine to the Jews, 56%, and 43% to the Arabs, and Al-Quds, Jerusalem, Al-Quds became international city. That was the plan, all right? Now, again, I am raising a question here. Was this resolution legal under international law? That's my question. And my answer is that there are significant legal problems about this resolution. What are the problems? One problem is that United Nations General Assembly, if any one of you have studied United Nations General Assembly, let me ask you a question. Can you tell me, United Nations General Assembly, does it adopt binding resolutions? Does it adopt binding resolutions? General Assembly? Huh? General Assembly, does it adopt binding resolutions? Huh? No, it doesn't. Because, you know, in the United Nations, the only organ that adopts a binding resolution is the United Nations Security Council, Güvenlik Konseyi. But the British brought this subject before the United Nations General Assembly. You know, in the General Assembly, all of the states are represented. All of the UN members are also in the United Nations General Assembly. So this resolution is not binding, first. It's not binding. It's not binding. Secondly, according to the United Nations, you know, United Nations Charter. Have you heard of United Nations Charter? United Nations Charter. Have you heard of the Charter of the United Nations? Have you heard of that? You've heard about that. Anyone else? Charter of the United Nations. It's the founding treaty of the United Nations, right? Founding treaty of the United Nations. All right. So according to this treaty, United Nations General Assembly has no right authority to establish a state. It doesn't have authority to establish a state. But General Assembly decided to create a new state for Jews in 1947. I am questioning that. Is it legal? I don't think it's legal at all. The third problem with this resolution, 181, the third problem is that the United States, which became the protector of the patron, the new patron of the Zionists after the British abandoned the region, United States coerced many states into voting in favor of this partition plan. United States coerced many states to vote for this resolution. All right? So states like, for instance, Philippines, Haiti, Liberia, they changed their position. They were intending to vote against this resolution, but then, after the United States pressure, they decided to support this motion. All right. And the question is this legal under international law? And I say it's illegal under international law. What's my evidence? What's my evidence? Charter of the United Nations. Again, the founding treaty of the United Nations. It says in Article 2, Paragraph 4, it says, states, member states, shall refrain, meaning avoid, in their international relations from the threat or use of force. It's prohibited. I repeat, Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the United Nations Charter, founding treaty of the United Nations, is binding. It says, states shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force. And the United States threatened many states. You know what? Even France was intending to remain, to abstain. That means not yes, not no. Abstain, Churchill said. You know, that was the French intention. You know what? The Americans, also contacted the French. Again, forced them to vote in favor of this resolution. And the question is this legal? I say it's not legal. And final argument that I want to advance about this resolution 181 is that based on self-determination, yani her hak kendi geleceğini belirleme hakkı, self-determination, based on self-determination, it is the majority that decides about the future of a particular territory, all right? So nearly 68%, nearly 70% of the people at the time were Palestinians. They were against the partition of Palestine. They wanted a single state. And they said that we are going to protect the Jews. We have no problem with the Jews. We protect them. But United Nations General Assembly, without paying any attention to the will of the majority, against self-determination, they decided to partition Palestine. It's also another problem. And final problem with this resolution is that it, provided the great majority of the territory, 56.5%, to the minority. And the majority only obtained 43%. The great majority obtained only 43%. I argue that these are all legally problematic. We have to question these. All right? And finally, you know what? Israel was founded on the 14th of May, 1948. When Israel was founded, the ethnic cleansing against the Palestinians gained greater intensity. Okay? The Zionist terrorist organization became the army. They became the army. They became the Israel army. These Zionist terrorists became the army. And then they continued their attacks against civilians, Palestinian civilians. They attacked villages, they demolished houses, they assassinated people, they threatened them. Okay, they sabotaged, the gatherings of the Palestinians. And you know what happened? The Arab peoples, they took to the streets. People in Egypt, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, all right? All these Arab peoples, they took to the streets and they said, we want assistance to our brothers and sisters in Palestine. You have to help them. You have to assist them because they are in a desperate situation. That's why these Arab states, they were mostly governed by kings who were not really supported by the people. These kings were put there by the British, okay? Mostly by the British. So they had to do something about this. So there was a war between, Arab-Israeli war, 1948, 1949, the Arab-Israeli war. What happened after the war? The Israelis won the war, okay? They won the war because they had superior forces. They had better arms. They were well organized. All right, anyway, they won the war. You know what happened? I mentioned that 43% of Palestine was allocated for the Palestinians. They occupied about more than 50% of the territory. They occupied those, more than 50%. Under international law, is it legal? Under international law, is it legal for a state to occupy the territory of another state? Is it legal under international law? It's illegal to obtain territory, to occupy another state, okay? Occupation is illegal under international law. But did Israel, do you know whether Israel actually pulled out from those occupied territories? Did it pull out from those occupied territories, which it obtained in 1948, 1949? No, it did not. Israel did not withdraw from those territories. Okay? But under international law, it was supposed to withdraw because obtaining territory by forced occupation was declared illegal after the Second World War, even after the 1920s. Okay? They were declared illegal under international law. That's why for the German occupation of Poland started the Second World War. It was illegal. But Israel never withdrew from these occupied, newly occupied, for instance, Western Jerusalem, for instance. Okay, Western Jerusalem, yeah. Western Quds, for instance. Jaffa, Haifa, Safed, all those territories were occupied by the Israelis. But they never withdrew from those territories. And now I'm going to ask you a question. I have just, drew the picture before you. The picture is very clear. Do you know whether the Muslim governments have ever raised this question about territories occupied in 1948, 49 by Israelis from the Palestinians? Have you ever heard of the Muslim governments raising this issue, that Israel has to withdraw from these territories? No, they don't. And I tell you, it's also tragic to say that the Muslim scholars also, great majority of them, overwhelming majority of Muslim scholars, they never raise this issue. As if those territories are naturally should be under the control of the Zionists, as if they were never Palestinian territories. And you know what are we discussing now, today? What are we discussing today? We are discussing the possibility of a two-state solution in Palestine. Which territory is that? You know, what's the percentage of the territories we are discussing now, in which we expect that Palestine to become independent? What's the percentage of the historical Palestine? You know what? 22%. 22%. And, of course, if this so-called two-state solution is accepted, I don't think it's going to happen, because the Israelis will not permit that, and neither the Europeans nor the Americans are going to force Israelis to accept such a solution. But even if there is such a solution, you know what? All these illegal settlements, the terrorist illegal settlements in the West Bank, they will remain. They will remain. The roads, motorways, security zones, they will all remain. And you know how many illegal settlers live in the West Bank? 800,000. Could you call that a state? Would it be a state? It's not. Even imagine the Israelis have decided to change their mind. They became more sensible, and they said, okay, we respect the rights of the Palestinians. They can establish their own state. But state, where is it going to be established? Because it's so porous. It's full of islets, full of islets. They are all surrounded by Jewish settlements, terrorist Jewish settlements. Where are you going to establish a state? It's not viable to talk about the two-state solution. It's not the solution. So my solution is that the solution is one-state solution. And the territory belongs to the Palestinians. And I believe that the Muslim world and the international society together, we have to pose a long-term struggle against Zionism and its supporters. So what can we do about that? Let me say that I said that Israel has become the enemy of humanity. Huh? I said it's the enemy of humanity and hostage humanity. Israel is not only occupying Palestine. Of course, it's a great crime. It's unacceptable. But apart from that, Israel is a state that's engaged in extrajudicial killings, assassinations, threatening all sorts of states, launching undercover operations in different countries, launching aerial operations against states which it does not have any positive feelings. It is one of the major sources of militarization in the Middle East. Israel is against peace. Israel doesn't want peace, has never wanted peace in the area. You know what? Now the Israelis, then the United States and the Americans have been signing, they are in the process of signing, a memorandum of understanding which is going to lead to a final treaty, a treaty of peace between the United States and Iran. There is only one state in the world which is disappointed about this. And it's going to provoke. It's going to sabotage, try to sabotage this. And its people. And it's Israel and its people. The people of Israel, almost all of them agree with the government policies. You know, they asked about genocide in Gaza. You know what they said in Gaza? To the Jews in Gaza, Jews in Israel. They asked the question, do you agree with Netanyahu's policy in Gaza? Do you think, you know, we should continue attacking Gazan people? 90% said yes, we agree with everything. We agree with everything. You hardly find anyone in Israel, any Jewish person. Of course, there are very, very, very minimal people. Of course there are. But it's very, very minimal. It's almost exceptional. All of them agree with the policies. Almost all of them agree with these aggressive policies. They hate peace. They don't want peace. And they never, the Zionists never wanted to live peacefully with their neighbors. They never wanted to live with the Palestinians. They were always against them. And they always thought that they represent Western civilization, that they are more enlightened people. And they are, of course, racially superior. They are the chosen people. And there is no place for Palestinians in that land. Okay? So, and also let me ask you a question. Do you know of any state in the world whose territory is not known? The boundary is not known. It's Israel. It's the only state in the world whose boundaries are not known is Israel. You don't know where the boundaries are. It doesn't say that. There is no legal mention. Because it wants to expand its territory all the time. It's not a normal state. It has committed all sorts of crimes against the Palestinians. It has attacked so many states. Even, you know, it attacked Sudan. It attacked Ethiopia. Uganda. It attacked Tunisia. It attacked Iraq. It launched assassinations everywhere in the world against its rivals, against those whom it considers as threatening. It has no respect to international law. And I think that one of the things that we have to do as international society, that it must be thrown out from the United Nations. Because, you know, there's an Article 6 in the United Nations Charter. It says that if any state continuously violates the principles of the United Nations, consistently violates the principles of the United Nations, it must be thrown out. It can be thrown out by 2/3 majority of the United Nations General Assembly, with the recommendation of the Security Council. So I think that it has to be thrown out from the United Nations, because it doesn't deserve to be part of the United Nations. Apart from that, I believe that United Nations General Assembly must take action against this state, Israel, by imposing, of course, normally we would expect that to happen, to be done by the United Nations Security Council. Security Council must impose economic sanctions, political sanctions, and should authorize the use of force against Israel. But we know that it's not going to happen because of the United States. It's not possible. So therefore, I think the new route to follow is the United Nations General Assembly. But as I said before, United Nations General Assembly cannot adopt binding decisions. It can be non-binding, soft decisions, recommendations. But sometimes, let me say that, sometimes, if there is support from international society, a particular non-binding resolution of the General Assembly may be applicable, may be applied. There are some examples, but I don't want to mention them because I don't have much time. But there are some examples of that. So I believe that 2/3 majority of the United Nations General Assembly could impose against Israel economic sanctions, financial sanctions, political sanctions, diplomatic sanctions, military sanctions, cultural sanctions, all sorts of comprehensive sanctions. And apart from that, I believe that the Islamic Cooperation Organization, you know what? How many members do they have? Do you know the number of members in the Islamic Cooperation Organization? How many members are there? Do you know the numbers? 57 members. 57 members. I believe that they have to adopt a resolution against Israel. And in this resolution, they have to mention all these sanctions against Israel, but not only sanctions, collective sanctions, all sorts of sanctions. And they should cut off the relations with Israel, all sorts of relations. Apart from that, they should not allow the airspaces, maritime zones, and their land mass. They should not allow these areas to be used by Israel. And they should not allow Israel to use petroleum, natural gas, and all sorts of other raw materials, valuable assets. They should not allow that to be used by the Zionist state. I believe. This is the least they can do. Okay? So they have to be more active in their fight against the Zionist state. And I believe that also that the United Nations General Assembly, based on the process I mentioned to you, it should establish a special international court, okay, international court, criminal court, to try all those Israeli criminals, from the prime minister, president, up to the generals and all sorts of people who collaborated in this process of oppressing the Palestinian people and murdering them and causing all kinds of crimes. It could be established. You know, after the Second World War, 2 courts were established, international criminal courts were established. They are called ad hoc, meaning provisional courts. Do you know that? Does anyone know about that after the Second World War? For Germans and for the Japanese. Okay? One of them is popularly known as Nuremberg courts and the Tokyo war trials. Nuremberg war trials and Tokyo war trials, all right? Though these 2 international courts provisionally established, and they tried German and Japanese war criminals. I believe that the same should be done for the Israeli war criminals. There has to be an international criminal court to try all these people. It's very important, in my opinion. Israel's impunity has to end. It should understand that it's not the sacred cow of this international order, that it is punishable, that it can be touched, and it's gone too far. It has to be punished. It has to learn the power, the force, and the power of sanctions by international society. And in this process, I think we have to fight against this Zionist threat, this Zionist aggression, and all its hideous acts. We have to, as an international society, not only the Palestinians, not only the Arabs, not only Muslims, but the whole of international society, the whole humanity should unite against this hostis humani, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for your inspiring critique of the international order. We will now hear from 2 of our bright students back to back.
First, please welcome Maryam Mohammed Abdullah from Şehit Onbaşı Murat Şengöz Anatolian Imam Hatip High School, followed immediately by Muhammed Esat Varınca from Marmara Anatolian Imam Hatip High School, a prep class student.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am Maryam Mohammed Abdullah from Şehit Onbaşı Murat Şengöz Anatolian High School. Okay. Today, everyone knows why we are gathered here. But first, I want you all to close your eyes and imagine this situation with me. Okay, now you are a 6-year-old child. Your mom and your dad are in different cars. You are in a car with your uncle, your aunt, and your cousins, trying to escape the Israeli genocide. Suddenly, an Israeli tank attacks your cars and fires a hail of bullets on you. You get afraid from the loud noise that comes from the tank, and you hold your cousin's hand very tightly. Please do not forget that you are an innocent child. You're simply trying to get to a safer place with your family, and you don't yet understand what is going on around you, and you are not harming anyone. After a while, the sound cut out. You called out your aunt, your uncle, your cousins, but you could hear only one voice. It was your cousin, who was sitting right next to you. Your cousin calls Palestine Red Crescent Society to ask for help. While she was telling them that you are under attack, another tank attacks your car and kills her. Now you are alone in the car, still speaking with Palestine Red Crescent Society. They told you, stay calm, we are coming to help you. But before they could reach you, another tank attacks your car and fires another hail of bullets on you. In total, exactly 335 bullets. Can you imagine that number? I don't think so, as we as normal people can even understand the fear, the terror, and the pain of that moment. Now you can open your eyes. I can easily see the fear and the shock on your faces. And this is only the imaginary. Imagine living it. I'm actually wondering how we're gonna react or what we're gonna do if we leave something like that. Maybe some of you don't know, but this story was exactly what happened to Hind Rajab. She was 6-year-old. She just wanted to have a better life. She's trying to have a better life, but actually it wasn't a better life. It was a normal life. She wanted a normal life like every single child in Europe, in Asia, in the whole world. But she was forgetting something called Israel. I'm asking you, how normal is it for a 6-year-old child to witness the death of her uncle, her cousins, and her aunt? Today, parents don't even allow their children to see blood because they think blood's gonna traumatize their children. But you see, like, the story of Hind Rajab is not from a book or science fiction movie. It's from the real life. And it is one of thousands. There's countless children in the world who have seen the death of their parents, their siblings, their relatives, their friends. Are they robots so they don't feel in pain or they don't get traumatized? Okay. There's such a thing in the world called children's rights. The children's rights that I'm talking about are a set of universal principles that guarantee children can grow up in safety, good health, and freedom. All the countries around the world say that they are take these children's rights seriously. So where are the children's rights that the whole world are talking about? Aren't the children in Gaza children's too? Why can't they benefit from these rights too? Just remember, if we believe in justice, then we cannot stay silent. And if we truly have a conscience, we must choose to stand on the side of these children. These children need our voice. Thank you.
Selamünaleyküm. Dear scholars, guests, and fellow students, I want to thank each and every one of you for being here today. It's an honor for me to speak here today. Before I start my speech, let's do an exercise. Look around this room, the people sitting next to you, your friends, maybe someone you don't even know. Then look at the screen in your hands. Think about the media trends you follow, the videos that appear on your feed, the clothes you buy, and the small choices you make every day. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you really have control over these choices? Do you truly own your thoughts? Is someone else making those choices for you? The truth is, we live in an age where our perceptions are managed. What we believe is real, what we think is right, what we accept as wrong is not always our own opinion. It's carefully shaped by narratives, algorithms, and media networks. We see what they want us to see. We think what they tell us to think. We are not robots. We are human beings. Each of us is unique, has the power to think, criticize, and analyze. Today, we need to pause and ask ourselves, whose story are we really listening to? We can't find the reality of our world when only one side of a history is amplified while the older sides is ignored. Now the powerful example of this managed perception is happening in Palestine. For decades, the ideology of Zionism has been rewriting history, changing reality on the ground. The truth is being systematically twisted. They hide an occupation, a racist system, and what many now call a modern-day genocide. When you watch mainstream TV or look at the news websites, they try to paint it as a simple border dispute. They call it a political fight. Let's be honest. When one side has a military and the other side consists of trapped civilian, refugees, and children fighting for their survival, that's not a balanced war. That's a tragedy. The word genocide is a horrific word. It's profoundly disturbing that we still have to use this word to describe events. We like to pride ourselves on being modern. The fact that thousands of children are dying in Gaza while the leaders of the modern world watch in silence is a terrifying truth. If you look back at history, we know that people of faiths and backgrounds can live together in peace. So we must ask, what changed? The answer is simple. Radical ideologies like Zionism entered the equation. These ideologies don't think coexistence. They seek control and erasure of the other. For a time, the global media kept the world blind and silent about Palestine. Today, I'm proud to say that things are changing fast. Millions of people, young people, are marching in the streets. Global citizens are opening their eyes. They are refusing to accept the narrative blindly anymore. We don't have time for words that hide the truth. We refuse to see the world through a lens of managed perception. Today, we challenge the narratives of Zionism and all other forms of oppression. We are talking about Palestine. We are talking about the Palestinian people. We keep talking about them in our classrooms, schools, and communities. We will never stop speaking the truth because the people of Palestine need our solidarity and they deserve their freedom, their dignity, and their peace. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you both Mariam and Mohammed for your inspiring words. We will now take our morning coffee break. Please join us in foyer and return to your seats by 11:15.
Yes, we are about to start the second part, but before that, I'd like to announce that we are going to have dinner after the event at around 5 o'clock. But we need number of the attendees. If you would like to stay and join us with the dinner, please, there is the registration tables there, you remember. Just give your name there, that confirm that you are staying for dinner, so we will have the number for that and prepare for it. Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome back. We are moving into a critical session on the ideological roots of the conflict. Dr. Fadi Zatari, a respected academic and researcher at Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, specializes in political science and the historical trajectory of the Palestinian struggle.
Today, he will guide us from Europe to Palestine, how to understand the Zionist movement. Please welcome Dr. Zatari. Thank you, Dr. Zatari, for your meticulous historical tracing. We will now hear from Mateh Sibula, representing Istanbul Aydın University, followed by Zehra Baş from Şehit Onbaşı Murat Şengöz, Anatolia İmam Hatip High School.
Hello, hello. First and foremost, I would like to thank the organizers and all of the organizers for giving me the opportunity to attend and speak at these events. It is an honor to be here and share my experiences and points of view. And also grateful to see such a full attendance. So to begin with, let me introduce myself to everyone. My name is Matej Cibula. I am from Slovakia, and I had the privilege to live in over 7 countries, which exposed me to many different cultures and different perspectives from the European one that I was used to. I am a student currently doing my master's degree in international territorial studies in the Czech Republic, and I'm currently doing my exchange year here in Istanbul Aydın University, and I have attended multiple events as a listener here in Istanbul, like the Gaza Tribunal and the World Decolonization Forum. I've been advocating for Palestine since the genocide has started. Actually, my own mother was dying from cancer at the time, and it felt like I was grieving for her and for everyone in Gaza who was losing their relatives and friends and family. Suddenly, my mother passed away, and I felt like it was my duty to fight for the injustices in the world. My advocacy, of course, goes beyond Palestine. I also focus on Sudan and Congo, as the previous speakers have mentioned, and all of the oppressed, but it was through Palestine where many people like myself have realized how all the systems of oppression are globally connected and how every fight for justice links to one another. In my speech today, I would like to speak from the experience and from the perspective as a student and as a human rights advocate. Being Slovak, studying in the Czech Republic, and now spending a year in Istanbul has shown me 3 very different approaches to Palestine. In Slovakia, public discussion is often limited and heavily influenced by the Western political traditions and narratives, whereas in the Czech Republic, support for Israel is heavily influenced by and deeply rooted in the historical and political traditions. In Istanbul, on the other hand, I've witnessed a much broader and public engagement with Palestine and anti-colonial struggles. Through experiencing these 3 environments, I was taught how political narratives are constructed and how differently the same reality can be understood depending on where one stands. The ideology of Zionism has embedded itself into such a deep core of Western academia as we know it today. The bias in our history books, which teaches us about how the state of Israel was created without ever mentioning the Nakba, or the force of power of colonial entities like the United Kingdom, which selfishly supported this idea of the state of Israel so they could benefit from it at the stake of the Jewish minority as well. When learning about the Swana region in my university, and this applies to most Western universities, of course, there's still major use of colonial terminology, like the Middle East, developing countries, Orientalism, where these terms have completely been normalized. The Eurocentric perspective of the Israel and Palestine question very much favors Israel and completely wipes out all of the terrorist attacks caused by the Zionist militias before and in the early establishment of Israel. Political Zionism is a Western settler colonial project. Theodor Herzl collaborated and communicated with famous colonialists and imperial powers, and there's evidence like Herzl's letters and meetings with the imperialists. Famous Iraqi Jewish professor Avi Shlaim, born in Baghdad in 1945, who immigrated into Israel when he was 5 years old, said that, and I quote, "My identity when we arrived in Israel was not diluted, it was erased." Zionism was a movement by European Jews for European Jews. Jews all over the world were stripped off their conformity, and many were forced to adapt the idea of Zionism. The 2 famous Slovak Holocaust survivors known for their sharp historical critique of the Zionist movement are named Rudolf Vrba and his escape partner Alfred Welzer. Rudolf Vrba and Alfred Welzer escaped the Auschwitz and authored a detailed report in 1944 to warn the Hungarian Jews about impending mass deportations. They criticized the Zionist leadership, particularly the Jewish Hungarian leader Rudolf Kastner, a prominent political leader within the Zionist movement before and during World War II, for allegedly suppressing this report to negotiate a deal with the Nazi official Adolf Eichmann that saved a select elite while leaving hundreds of thousands in the dark. Verba argued that prioritizing negotiations over sounding a mass alarm effectively sabotaged the widespread Jewish resistance and escape efforts. Yet the ideology of Zionism is taught to be some sort of a right to the self-determination, but at the expense of whom? In Europe, we are fed this illusion that academic freedom and freedom of speech is a crucial aspect in academia, and that it is the legal and institutional protection that allows scholars and students to research, publish, and debate the ideas without censorship or fear of retribution. But when I started to advocate for Palestinian liberation in the academic field, there were instances where one was shocked by the reactions of certain people in power. When I was doing my bachelor's degree in law at my university in Slovakia, there was an official event which held a discussion with candidates for the European Parliament from different political parties in Slovakia. Students had the choice to ask these European Parliament candidates questions, and myself, being one of them, decided to ask all of the candidates one simple question. If you were to be elected into the European Parliament, how would you tackle the issue of the current war crimes being committed in Palestine? Will you condemn Israel for its war crimes and crimes against humanity, considering over 30,000 lives at the time have been lost? The reactions I have gotten from the candidates were obviously very underwhelming and condescending. One candidate stated that Hamas is the reason for all of this, while the other candidates started talking about how peace needs to be achieved in the region and what Hamas has done was unacceptable. Yet no proper condemnation of Israel came out of anyone's mouth. Now, this was very expected, but I still believe that it is a crucial way to pinpoint the topic in the given discussion, considering these individuals aim to be a part of an institution of the European Union, which to this day, by the way, has economic and diplomatic ties with Israel through the association agreement. Despite the legal evidence that has been presented by various international organizations like the International Criminal Court of Justice, International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court, where Israel and its representatives have been found guilty of apartheid and other war crimes and crimes against humanity. During this discussion, one other student partially restated my question to get a proper answer from the European Parliament candidates, but they avoided the main point once again by waffling around the question. Until very recently, there was a trend where political figures and representatives were pressured to not say a single critical point about Israel, let alone criticize the idea of Zionism. At the end of the event, I was approached by my rector of the university, who came up to me, tapped my shoulder, and told me, by the way, what they don't tell you in the media is how Hamas kidnapped a family in one of the kibbutzes, tied a woman to the chair and raped her, killed the father, and put the baby in the oven and burnt it alive. But it has since been deleted from the internet. I did not respond. Not because I didn't know how to, but because I was terrified that this was the rector who came up to me. My fellow peer later told me that during my questioning of the European Parliament candidates, the rector exited the room with shaking his head. Now, imagine the highest organ of the university reacts this way during an official academic discussion and approaches a student informally in the premises of the university and tells the student a very serious allegation with absolutely no proof and complete bias. This allegation was actually a very famous Zionist claim, and I'm sure many people have heard it, fabricated by the Israeli media, which was actually globally spread and restated by public figures like Biden, which was debunked even before this discussion. How is this not a failure of academia? Universities should generally strive to be politically neutral spaces to ensure all students and researchers feel safe and supported. Expressing a personal stance, especially by the head of university, can compromise this perceived impartiality and create a sense of distrust and uncertainty. Moving on to the next situation which occurred in my university in Czech Republic, where I am studying my master's. A professor was doing his presentation on the Swana regional politics, where he mentioned the recent claims of the genocide in Palestine by various international organizations and humanitarian organizations. There was one Israeli exchange student who came up to him after class and blatantly started shaming the professor and threatening to report him to the university administration for bias and spreading false information. What is also important to pinpoint in this context is how many European universities still have ties and bilateral agreements with universities from occupied Palestinian territories, which is very controversial on its own, and it has become very normalized, especially in contrast with how quick Western universities were to cut ties with Russian universities in the beginning of the Ukrainian war with no hesitation. We see a clear pattern where criticizing Zionism at the state of Israel is used as a weapon in academia, and it can cause serious discomfort and consequences to the person being attacked, whether it is the professors, staff members, or students, whom are all at risk. Therefore, the entire academic field is at risk because the overpowering bias towards the other side is very clear. If we should fear being expelled from academia for our opinions, what is the point of it all? The status quo needs to be changed once and for all, and we need to regain our freedom of speech, and that is mostly through us as students who continue to fight for change. We saw it with the anti-apartheid movement against South Africa, the anti-Vietnam War protests, the civil rights movements, the anti-colonial student movements, and now, recently, with the student encampments for Palestine, solidarity is what unites us. We have succeeded before, and we will succeed again. Besides being a student, I'm also an active human rights advocate. Together with my fellow co-founders, I helped establish the Slovak collective Včera bolo neskoro, which translates to yesterday was too late. Just to add a quick comment to how our collective was founded, we all met on Instagram, where we were debunking Zionist claims under the Instagram comments under the mainstream media coverage posts. Eventually, we created a group where we mobilized as one group to tackle the Zionists in the comments. Our efforts later turned into forming the collective to host our first protest and to raise awareness. The collective consists of students, mothers, different nationalities and religions, and the diversity in our collective is what actually unites us and strengthens us. We founded the collective with the belief that solidarity must be transformed into action. Since then, we have organized multiple protests, film screenings, fundraisers, auctions, cultural events, benefit concerts, educational discussions, and various forms of direct action to raise awareness about Palestine and support Palestinian communities. Beyond advocacy, our goal has been to create spaces where people can learn, engage, and build meaningful solidarity. In a country where Palestinian voices are often marginalized, we have sought not only to challenge the dominant Zionist, racist, and Islamophobic narratives, but also to amplify the experiences, perspectives, and demands of Palestinians themselves. Through all of this, I have learned that collective action remains as one of the most powerful tools ordinary people possess in the struggle for justice. The journey of our civic association was not easy, of course. We were pressured by the Zionist discourse left and right. When we tried to shed the topic of Palestine to light, we were suppressed, and many media outlets did not even bother seeing our request to speak up on the issue. There were very few exceptions, and even those did not have such media outreach as mainstream media. Either way, Palestinian voices themselves to this day are still often too marginalized. While the greater legitimacy is granted to European commentators and the foreign experts and the political figures which are speaking on their behalf. When we criticized and spoke up against Zionism, we were called anti-Semitic. Members of our collectives have been labeled as terrorists, as anti-Semites, racists, extremists, and even primitive for simply tackling the Zionist narrative. It was very hard getting to the place we have gotten to today, and it was done through many various strategies. The most effective, yet unfortunate one, and I say unfortunate because it really comes to highlight the topic of double standards, was by interconnecting Palestine with Ukraine, since many Slovaks sympathize with Ukrainians and is geographically closer to them. I don't believe that there are clear connections between these two separate issues, but the thing that connects them is occupation and the urge for international law. and the contrasting international responses for the war in Ukraine and the genocide in Gaza have become one of the clearest illustrations of the perceived double standards in the enforcement of international law. And following Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022, Western states rapidly condemned the violation of territorial sovereignty, imposed immediate and extensive economic sanctions, and sought diplomatic isolation of Russia. In contrast, despite widespread evidence by international organizations and legal scholars that Israel's actions in Gaza violate international humanitarian law, comparable sanctions have largely not been imposed by the Western governments, and so international law truly feels like this selective utopian fantasy. So once Slovak citizens saw these similarities in these two issues, they gained more empathy and realized how Slovakia is actually complicit in the genocide as well, whether the complicity is diplomatic or economic. Now, because of the Zionist discourse, other civic organizations feared to collaborate and work with us because they were afraid of the consequences and the public critique. This constrained us from further building bridges between different causes and issues with other non-governmental organizations and civic collectives. We wanted to alert the population on the ecocide Israel is committing, the domesticide, the femicide, the scholasticide, but very few collectives were willing to cooperate. Then in February 2025, some of the influential Slovak collectives, including ours, had an informal meeting with Greta Thunberg and her collective Fridays for Future. Greta is a prominent activist, I am sure you have heard of her, who is known for her advocacy for the climate justice. When she saw us as the only Palestinian justice collective in the room, Greta emphasized on interconnecting all of the fights and said that the most effective way is to work together. And since then, improvement between building connections and bridges has somehow improved. Beyond the question of Palestine itself, Palestine has become a lens through which we can understand broader global trends in warfare, surveillance, and impunity. For decades, Palestinians have been subjected to the systems of military control, population monitoring, and technological experimentation that are later marketed and exported around the world. Gaza, in particular, has often been described by critics as a testing ground for the military technologies and security doctrines. Today, we are witnessing the growing use of advanced artificial intelligence in warfare, which includes the systems used for target identification, surveillance, facial recognition, and population tracking. Reports have revealed that increasing role of AI-assisted systems in military operations, raising serious ethical questions and accountability, civilian protection, and the automation of life and death decisions. The concern extends beyond Palestine. What is normalized in Gaza today can influence military practices elsewhere tomorrow, whether in Lebanon or in the other places that the previous speakers have mentioned. This is why Palestine is not a regional issue. It is also a warning about the future of warfare, surveillance, and the erosion of human rights on a global scale. Moving on to the next instance regarding our collective. Some of our people attended the largest music festival in Slovakia. There was a moment where one person was holding a Palestinian flag and walking around with a Palestinian flag, and they were suddenly physically attacked by a Zionist who was very aggressive and hostile towards him, and had to get escorted out by security from the premises at some point. In Slovakia, there's also a community of Christian Zionists, which in my opinion are one of the most dangerous groups. They spread lies and Zionist propaganda all across the country. And what I find deeply problematic about Christian Zionists in Slovakia is that their representatives are being offered media coverage by mainstream media. These individuals spread blatant lies, hatred, and fear amongst the viewers, and it is unacceptable for such people to be considered as qualified or competent for argumenting for even the Israeli side. What I have noticed from my 1 year abroad here in Istanbul is that hope and power are still at the stake of students' hands. Universities have often been the first places where unpopular truths were discussed before becoming accepted by society. The amount of pro-Palestinian university initiatives and unions like the Boğaziçi Students for Palestine, Koç University for Palestine, ITU for Palestine, and the list goes on. This is what allowed me to stand here today, and it is what brings the influence to the young generations to fight further and demand their institutions to cut ties with a genocidal regime. So I encourage you to join student-led movements, unions, collectives. I encourage you to boycott and raise awareness even to your friends about boycotting, divestment, and the sanction movements. Building a collective pressure on the Zionist narrative by debunking it, and also finding a balance between your life and your advocacy, because in this day and age, it is very easy to burn out, and we need your energy more than ever. It is through events like these which gives hope for change and does not forget the people in Palestine who are still not liberated and are still actively fighting for their freedom and our freedom. Their struggle is not theirs alone. It is a struggle that belongs to all of us, because injustice anywhere becomes a threat to justice everywhere. Thank you. If you have any questions, I am open to answering them. Thank you.
Selamünaleyküm. I am a prep student from Şeytanbaşı, Murat Şengöz Anatolian İmam Hatip High School. Today, here at this Boğaziçi podium, I will not waste time dressing up my words. Let us get straight to the point. Let us speak the naked truth without beating around the bush. While we breathe safely in the comfort of this hall, somewhere in the world, the breath of an entire people is being systematically cut off. In Gaza, people are not just being condemned to hunger and darkness. They are subjected to a genocide right before our eyes, broadcast live. Yet, what are we doing? While this atrocity unfolds on the other side of the world, we dive into our own little illusions, obsess over our petty problems, and carry on with our own lives as if nothing is happening. This hypocrisy deeply wounds my conscience. I cannot help but ask myself, is there not a single shred of conscience left in this world? What is this blatant arrogance, this mask of innocence? When I look at them, I see creatures who have never crossed paths with conscience. How do they endure it? How do they not wake up in the morning and ask themselves, what am I doing? I'm truly experiencing the absolute peak of incomprehensibility. Do they somewhere deep inside ever say, we have gone too far? Or do they keep driving the cruelty forward, this whispering to themselves that there is no turning back now? Think about it. What could possibly drive them to destroy an entire humanity, a civilization, a nation, and even, above all else, an unborn baby? What kind of a goal, what kind of an ambition, what kind of a dream can ever justify this? The bombs falling over there did not just shatter stone walls and concrete houses. They wiped out the memories, the dreams, and the most importantly, the features of thousands of human beings. Do you know what the most jarring part is? While the oppressed over there, who preserve their dignity against all odds, are the very definition of humanity, we still taint this sacred concept by calling these murderers human. To be human means to possess a soul that can ache. When those standing before us have completely abandoned their humanity, what should be said of us for remaining mere spectators to this brutality? That is why every blow they take is not just aimed at Muslims or Palestine. It strikes humanity directly. It strikes us. But the world fell silent. No one raised their voice. Whether out of self-interest or a deliberate choice, I do not know. But in the end, regardless of language, religion, or race, everyone left those helpless people utterly alone. And it is this very inaction that tortures us the most. It whispers a horrific premise deep into our souls. This world is just like this. Nothing will ever fix it. No, some will die and others will just get used to it. I completely reject this habit. This normalizes helplessness. I refuse to accept that atrocity can become a routine and death just a static number. I refuse to get used to it. We have reached such a point that I can recognize a Palestinian child anywhere, just by looking into their eyes. I know them by their exhausted pupils, their gaze stripped of childhood agility and excitement, by that bitter sense of forced acceptance buried deep within their eyes, and most importantly, by a gaze that has lost absolutely none of its dignity. And in the face of this tragic acceptance, the masks of the so-called civilized world have completely fallen. The fairy tales of international justice and human rights have collapsed one by one, exposing nothing but the naked, blood-stained face of global hypocrisy. Today, as a prep student, I refuse to hide behind a sterile, selfish, intellectual indifference in the face of injustice. I will not take refuge in the cowardice of, as long as it doesn't touch me, let it leave. Today, opposing the cruelty in Gaza requires more than just remaining neutral or quietly resenting evil from afar, because a very profound truth reminds us. It is not enough to be against Pharaoh. You must also stand right beside Moses. Today, I'm here to make my stance, my side, and my voice absolutely clear. I stand with Moses, right at the very heart of the oppressed. There is no need to beat around the bush. Either we choose to remain human against the savagery, or our silence will make us accomplices to the crime. Thank you.
Thank you, Matei and Zehra. We have now reached our lunch break. Please enjoy your meal and the fellowship of your peers. We will reconvene promptly at 1:30 for our afternoon sessions. Afiyet olsun.
Dear guests, welcome back. I can see that we have lost some of the guests during the lunch break. We have lost them. Maybe they are lost in the campus or something. They're coming back, I don't know. But I asked you to put your names in a list for the dinner. I checked the list and I saw that there are just quite a few names. So we're going to do it in a different way. After the first speech, I will want to see your hands so that we can prepare how many of us will be eating. And during the next coffee break, it's going to be a little bit longer, and we will have time for the prayer, for the salah. If you know the place, you just go and find the masjid. If you don't know the place, you can follow me, and I'll try to find my way. And if we get lost, we'll get lost together. Okay. So, hosts, please.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back for the final segment of our program. Often, it's the lens of the journalist that forces the world to comfort uncomfortable truths. Sümeyye Sena Polat is a dedicated journalist who covers the intersection of media, geopolitics, and decoloniality.
Her talk today carries a profound title, Why Gaza Terrifies the Colonial Imagination. Please welcome Sümeyye Sena Polat to the stage.
Thank you so much for this precious invitation. So, dear young friends, my dear brothers and sisters, I did not come here today just to talk about a small piece of land on a map, surrounded by fences and borders. Looking at this room, I see a brilliant group of young people. You are educated, you are smart, and you want to understand the modern world. Look, that is why we cannot look at Gaza as just a simple Middle East crisis. We cannot talk about it just as an Arab-Israeli conflict or reduce it to a simple religious issue. Because Gaza is not just about Gaza. What is happening in Gaza today is the purest, most intense example of the colonial and imperialist system that humanity has been fighting against for centuries. Gaza is the testing laboratory for global neocolonialism, which means a new style, contemporary, present-day colonialism. At the same time, it is the center of the decolonial resistance, and when I say decolonial, I mean a movement to fully break free from colonial power, to clean our minds and the systems from their control. It is the line that draws the limits of imperial power. This is exactly what we say. If Gaza is free, the world is free. This is exactly why we say Gaza is the knot of all knots. And until this knot is untied, no other knot in the world will be untied. We cannot separate the Palestinian struggle from imperialism, globalization, colonialism, and especially neocolonialism. Now, let us look deep in the colonial imagination. Let us examine exactly why Gaza terrifies them in 3 specific parts. Bu çalışıyor mu hocam? Okay. Dear friends, we cannot explain the hypocrisy of the Western world and their internal divisions on Gaza through simple foreign policy. The roots of this discussion go much deeper. They go back to the unhealed colonial past of Europe and the rise of systemic Islamophobia. Western societies are living with a deep sense of historical loss. They feel a wounded pride, a lost imperial power, and a toxic, poisoned nostalgia for their old empires. In the psychological breakdown, Israel is not just any ordinary state for the West. The absolute unconditional support given to Israel is not just about geopolitics. It comes from a subconscious desire to reverse the historical defeats of colonialism. For certain political movements, Gaza is a blank canvas. It's a space where they project their unresolved colonial frustrations. It has become a space for political and symbolic revenge against formerly colonized societies. There is a very strange and hypocritical shift happening in European politics today. The European far right, whose historical roots are based entirely on open anti-Semitism, has now joined hands with the mainstream right and parts of the left. Together, they have become the most radical supporters of Israel. The reason for this alliance is not because they suddenly love the Jewish people. It is because Israel acts as an anti-Muslim frontline. It is seen as the protector of Western civilization against Arabs and Muslims. The egocentric Western mind is watching Israel today to satisfy its old colonial desires, achieving a level of destruction that they could not fully finish during the old colonial era. The most concrete historical and bloody example of this, France's memory of Algeria. In 1962, when France was forced to leave Algeria because of the heroic Algerian resistance, it left a massive psychological trauma and an angry sense of defeat among the French colonial elite. The people who could not accept the independence of Algeria, the ones who massacred 1.5 million Algerian people, became the creators of the modern French far right today. And these people are purely racist and Islamophobic. This is exactly why the colonial mind that the massacred people in Algeria yesterday is celebrating Israel's destruction of Gaza today. It is their historical revenge. In their eyes, the Palestinian being bombed in Gaza is exactly the same as the rebellious native who kicked them out of Algeria in 1962. The West is watching a live broadcast of Gaza to finish the colonial suppression they had to leave half done in Algeria. It's a proxy war for historical revenge. To the colonial mind, Palestinians are not viewed as human beings living under military occupation. They are labeled as non-Western barbarians who need to be civilized and as global security threats. Today, the rising Islamophobia on the streets of Western countries and blood flowing in Gaza are two sides of the exact same coin. This connection is not just an idea, it's a direct operational relationship. The global colonial security system has become a multi-billion-dollar business where Western countries import control tactics and technology directly from Israel to suppress their own minorities, their own others, and anti-colonial voices. We see the most concrete examples of this in the heart of Western democracies. First, look at France and the French suburbs. This relationship is perfectly visible at the state level. In France, supporting Palestine in the poor immigrant suburbs is a tradition that goes back decades. The youth in these neighborhoods see a direct mirror between the colonial oppression in Palestine and the racial discrimination and police violence they face daily. During the suburb uprisings in 2005, and again after the police killed a young Algerian man named Nahel, the French Ministry of the Interior sent delegations and faxes to the Israeli government. What did they ask for? They asked for Israel's expertise on how to control and suppress their own non-white populations. When fascists in France called to block and lock down these suburbs, calling them the lost territories of the French Republic, they were literally copying the checkpoint and siege models used by Israel in Gaza and the West Bank. Second, look at the United States and the deadly exchange. The US police force is the most militarized partner of Israel's occupation tactics. Under a system called the Deadly Exchange, major police departments like Chicago Police and Los Angeles Police, along with FBI agents and Border Control, ICE, are regularly sent to Israel for training. There, they learn mass surveillance, how to crush protests, how to use brutal force, and how to use racial profiling. The doctrine used by the policeman who kills a black man on the streets of US and the doctrine used by the soldier who destroys a Palestinian home in Gaza are bought and sold in the exact same global security market. When the Black Lives Matter movement rose against police violence, the armored vehicle and siege tactics used against black youth were imported directly from the Gaza model. During the Ferguson protests, Palestinian activists were sending tips on Twitter to black youth in America, teaching them how to survive tear gas. The colonial matrix is exactly the same. Third, look at the UK and the past nuisible labeling. The UK is the historical colonial power that opened the door for this occupation with the 1917 Balfour Declaration. Today, the London Metropolitan Police uses a colonial language, labeling black, Pakistani, and other Muslim communities as nuisible, meaning pest or a public nuisance, just like France does its suburb youth. The British police and intelligence services by Israeli surveillance tools, facial recognition systems, and spyware that have been brutally tested on Palestinians. The Muslim neighborhoods of London and the Palestinian Solidarity March are treated as testing grounds for these imported technologies. Fourth, look at the Canada and the siege of indigenous people. Canada loves its peaceful democratic image, but Canada has a deep, unresolved colonial past built on the genocide and forced assimilations of indigenous people. Today, when indigenous people protest to protect their lands from pipelines and mining companies, a specialized militarized police unit is deployed. The tactics this unit uses to crush indigenous resistance, destroy their camps, and place them under siege on their homeland are shockingly similar to the military doctrines Israel uses to protect illegal settlements in the West Bank. So, my dear friends, to summarize, Western colonial powers must always be ready to crush their own others, their immigrants, black populations, indigenous peoples, and Muslims to protect their imperial and capitalist order. Israel acts as a wild, modern laboratory for these Western powers, a place completely free from human rights, international law, or moral boundaries. Every technology tested on Palestinians that gets labeled as battle-tested is later imported to suppress anti-colonial youth on the streets of Berlin, New York, Paris, London, and Toronto. This is exactly why Gaza terrifies every single colonial mind, not just Israel. Because today, Israel is the most open colonial structure in the world. Very ironically, it is teaching old colonial powers the colonial strategies they forgot or lost. Israel is showing them how to run an apartheid state in the modern era. Gaza has completely dropped the fancy mask of universal human rights and Western civilization. It has exposed the deep crisis of white supremacy. When it comes to the survival of colonized people, we have all seen that their beautiful human rights declarations are just fiction. Gaza has destroyed the moral and legal superiority that colonialism claimed for centuries. This is why they are terrified. So again, dear young friends, this brings us to the very center of the global awakening, the digital world and the massive shift happening between the youth of the global north and the global south. The youth of the global north, the Western youth, has woken up. Students at Columbia, Harvard, Sciences Po, and Oxford have filled the streets. They are trying to decolonize their minds and free themselves from the colonial Islamophobic language of their own societies. But while Western youth is rejecting their colonial comfort, what should we do? What should the youth of the global south, the youth of the Muslim world do? Where do we stand? Let us start with a fundamental question. A question, this is not ordinary. who am I and who do I want to be? Is asking this a good start? Yes, but we must ask it very carefully. I believe the most important question in life is, who am I? Why? Because the question, who do I want to be, is often hijacked by imperialists who run the world, write the algorithms, and dictate the trends. They want to decide who you should be. Our desires, our dreams, the luxury items we want to buy, the fancy life we see on social media, they are all forced onto us by the capitalist system. The system gives you an identity and says, if you wear this brand, if you drink this caramel latte, if you take a selfie in Paris, you exist. If not, you are a nobody. If we fall into this trap, our future dreams are written by the colonial code. The question, who am I, is a shield against this. For centuries, a systematic inferiority complex was injected into the global south, into the east, and into the Muslim world. They wanted us to believe that we are always behind, that we must always imitate, and that we must stay within the borders set by the West. If we want to be as strong today, our motivation must be pure. We must not say, I want to reach a high position, making a lot of money, build industries, and have a good life, so I must be strong. No. This is just copying the colonial criteria for success. This is the egoism, individualism, and selfish thought that the colonial mind wants to trap you in. Our real sentence must be this: I am already strong because I am this. I am the child of this deep history, this religion, and this identity. I am targeted and looked down upon precisely because of who I am, and I must strengthen this identity so I am never afraid or ashamed of being myself. Without shame, without fear, we must choose to be strong simply because of who we are. This is exactly where the concept of the world is bigger than fives becomes alive. This phrase is not just a political slogan, it's a conceptual blow to the colonial imagination. The 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, the United States, Russia, China, and the United Kingdom and France, used their veto power to hold the will of the 193 countries hostage. They decide who gets bombed, who starves, and what is allowed to be called a genocide based on their imperial interests. Saying the world is bigger than 5 means rejecting the selfish, passive individualism that the system forces on you. It means challenging the very center of global injustice. The colonial mind is terrified when you decode their unfair global system. For your generation, digitalization and technology are not things to be banned. Technology is a front line in this war. The older generations always talked about banning technology and limiting screen time. But banning something does not destroy it. It just changes its forms. If digitalization is the enemy's strongest weapon, we must learn how to turn that weapon around and point it right back at them. The danger of this technological ruthlessness was predicted long ago by the philosopher Martin Heidegger. In 1966, in his interview with Der Spiegel, he said that when he saw the first photos of the Earth taken from space, he felt a deep sense of shock and horror. He was not amazed, he was terrified because he saw the arrival of ruthlessness. He said humanity was becoming deterrestrialized, meaning disconnected from the earth. Humanity was forgetting the meaning of home, family, and land. His view of technological progress was this: we are everywhere, we can see everything, but we are also nowhere, because we are no longer grounded where we stand. If Heidegger were a young person today, looking to algorithms and social media, what would he see? He would see a young person staying in Istanbul, Cape Town, Kuala Lumpur, but mentally floating in a very luxury, funny, hedonist, capitalist pleasure life. This is exactly how the colonial digital order wants to hypnotize you and turn you into a virtual slave. But Gaza broke this hypnosis. Gaza put a historical question right in front of us. Can a phone wake up the world? Yes, it can. Gaza has shown us that it can. The brave journalists, cameramen, and even children of Gaza use their phones not for entertainment, but as the most powerful weapon of the decolonial truth. They bypassed the algorithms, broke through the censorship, and shattered the fancy showcase of Western globalization. They showed the world the unedited truth, shattered bodies and starving babies. We know this power very well. We are not stranger to this. On the night of July 15, 2016, a tiny phone screen broadcasted on television woke up an entire nation and stopped a colonial coup attempt. Just like a phone woke up a country that night to defend its freedom, the images coming from Gaza today are shaking the global conscience. The phone is no longer a tool for digital passivity. It's a tool for digital activation, witness, and resistance. We must step out of digital passivity and enter conscious digital activation. The world is not going to a peaceful place, my friends. The comfort zone that older generations like me before you had during our childhood might not exist for your generation, unfortunately. We are facing a wild, out-of-control, imperialist monster that attacks everyone and violates international law. And the eyes of this monster are fixed on any independent power that refuses to bow down, meaning in the most direct way, the eyes of this monster are on Turkey. This is why you must be prepared intellectually, physically, technologically, and morally. You must be ready. Maybe just like the children of Gaza, you will have to sacrifice your childhood and grow up early. Because our enemy is not stupid. Their strategy is not just to kill our future with physical bombs. Their strategy is to steal your youth, your time, your focus, and your purpose. The easiest way to destroy a society is to make its youth passive, purposeless, and addicted to consummation. Our traditional family structure sometimes stop young people from building real self-confidence. In a lot of families, absolute respect is expected from the youth, but they are not given the same respect, validation, or responsibility. Families must stop looking at a young person and thinking, my child belongs to me, my child is my property. They must view each of you as an independent individual, a leader. Otherwise, young people grow up thinking someone will always protect them, and they lose their natural survival instincts. The job of the older generation is not to walk in front of you and block your light. Our job is to teach you how to lead at the very front with courage. In our schools, in our homes, we must stop focusing on banning technology. We must teach you how to create content, how to edit videos, and how to find accurate information. I don't want the word influencer to be an empty, cheap concept. I want to see brilliant, educated, conscious influencers rising from this very room. I want to open my phone and hear a high school student say, hello everyone, welcome to my channel. Today I am going to tell you the truth about the Algerian genocide that Western history books tried to erase. I want to see another one say, today we are going to discuss how Islamic civilization in Andalusia changed the history of science. I want to see another one say, today I'm going to explain the programming language behind your favorite video game and the reality of cyber warfare. This is the digital army we need to build. Social media is a weapon, and we must take this weapon, the voice of absolute truth. Dear friends, as the children of the global South and the Muslim world, we cannot survive by only knowing our own history. Our history is our crown, but it's not enough to fight the psychological, digital, and asymmetric wars of today's world. We must build your confidence, your dignity, and your global awareness so strongly that when you go to the West, you can look them in the eye. When they criticize your country or your faith, you must answer them clearly, without any inferiority complex, without bending or shaking. When Western powers try to give you a lecture on democracy and human rights, you must know exactly how they brutally colonize other nations and how they oppress minorities within their own borders today. A Turkish youth must know about the Algerian genocide. An African youth must understand what happened in Hiroshima. A Kashmiri youth must read about the Native American genocide. An Iraqi youth must decode the apartheid system of South Africa. We must know this so that the colonial powers cannot turn us into the British call coconuts, meaning brown on the outside, but completely white and filled with the colonial mind on the inside. We will not be mindless puppets. History has shown us that sometimes a phone is not just a phone. Sometimes a phone becomes a camera, an archive, a witness, and the unshakable conscience of history. The phone in your hand is a responsibility, and you must use it as a tool for justice. I'm a journalist. Just a short time ago, I was in Iran, in Minab, working to document the human rights crimes committed by Israel and the US. I sat down with teachers and with mothers who had lost their children in the attacks. The mothers were crying in front of me. They told me that their children's bodies were torn into pieces, and they could only bury them by collecting their scattered parts. As they cried, I did not cry. In the ruins of a bombed house, I found a broken plastic leg belonging to a 5-year-old girl's toy doll. I looked at it, and not a single tear fell from my eyes. I did not cry. Because I had to be strong. My responsibility to my people, to my country, and to all the oppressed and innocent people in this world is to be strong. I learned this very well after the Gaza genocide. At that exact moment, my mind was not focused on crying or drowning in my own sadness. My mind was focused on breaking that wall of helplessness, taking that broken toy with me, carrying the stories of those mothers and teachers into my memory, and screaming this barbarism to the entire world. I wanted to show this cruelty to the world. This was the heavy responsibility given to me by the truth of Gaza and the digital age. This was the unshakable faith that pushed me to cross the oceans with the smooth flotilla, to mobilize international ports, and to show the will to reach Gaza by sea. This is why I did not come here today to give you a classic, boring speech about the dangers of modernism. I came here to remind you that you can use your screens, your voices, and your digital networks to become leaders for truth, justice, and humanity. We do not need a generation that needs to be woken up. We need a generation that shakes the world and wakes everyone up. Remember, in today's world, we do not have the luxury to be weak. The algorithms are powerful. The propaganda machine is massive. But there is no technology on earth more powerful than a young person armed with faith, knowledge, and their true roads. The length of time we stare at phone screens created by colonial powers does not matter, my young friends. What matters is who we become when we stand up from those screens. We must take the strategic and digital weapon they designed to hypnotize us and point it right back at the center of their system. Before everything else, we must be smart, we must be highly equipped, and we must be strategic. I close my words with the immortal quote of the anti-colonial leader, Thomas Sankara, and I want you to carve this into your minds. You cannot carry out fundamental change without a certain...
I need to ask how many of you are planning to be with us in the dinner. The dinner will be, just a moment, the dinner will be at 5 o'clock in Kennedy Lodge in the campus, or at 5 o'clock, not that late. So, can you just put your hands up so that I can see how many of you will be here? Sorry. Are there any ones who hasn't put their names? Just 1, 2, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Polat, for that incredibly moving and analytical perspective. I now invite Asmin Chechen from Şehit Onbaşı Murat Şengöz Anatolia İmam Hatip High School to the podium.
First of all, good afternoon, everyone. I am Asmin Chechen, and I'm a prep class student from Şehit Onbaşı Murat Şengöz Anatolian İmam Hatip High School. Today, I would like to draw your attention to a humanitarian tragedy unfolding in Gaza. A tragedy caused by Zionism and the suffering of innocent people. Have you ever wondered how Zionism is connected to the events taking place in Gaza today? To understand this connection, we need to see Zionism as a historical and a political movement. Over the years, its influence has affected decisions that shape daily life in Gaza. For many people living there, it is not just a topic in the news, but a reality they experience every day. These struggles remind us that behind political ideas, there are real human lives, emotions, and suffering. At this point, it is important to explain what Zionism means. Zionism began as a movement based on fear, loss, and a desire for safety after years of persecution. For some Zionists, this fear has turned into a belief that strong power and strict control are necessary to survive. In Gaza, these beliefs are felt every day by innocent people. What happens in Gaza affects real people who want just safety, dignity, and a normal life. So this leads us as an important question. How long should innocent people continue to suffer because of political conflicts? For that, I want you to close your eyes for a moment and imagine something. Imagine you're a pregnant mother living in New York. Your husband loves very much, and your family is very happy. During the weekend, your husband goes to work, and when he comes back home, he always brings you flowers. Everyone knows that women love flowers. There's no danger, no threat, and no reason to be unhappy. At the weekends, you usually go to the cinema together and watch the best movie of the day. Again, there's nothing bad to ruin your family's happiness. What a beautiful life, isn't it? However, I want you to imagine another thing. Please picture the exact same situation, but this time not in New York, in Gaza. Do you think it would be the same? Of course not. In Gaza, that same pregnant doesn't wake up to the peaceful sounds of a monastery. She wakes up to the terrifying sound of bomb. Her husband doesn't walk through the door holding beautiful flowers. Instead, every time he steps outside to buy basic things like bread or water, she waits in terror, wondering if he will ever come back alive. There are no weekend trips to the cinema in Gaza. There are no movies to watch. In Gaza, the only thing people see is a real-life horror story of destroyed homes and lost families. The screen they look at is the rubble of their neighbors' houses, and the only sound they hear is the crying of heartbroken parents. How can two mothers experience the same beautiful thing? Beautiful thing means bringing a new life into this world in such completely different ways just because of where they live. Why should a mother in New York look at her baby's future with hope, but while a mother in Gaza looks at her pregnancy with absolute fear? When we look past the political news and the numbers on TV, we must remember just one thing. These are real people. They feel love, happiness, and pain, just like anyone in New York or anywhere else in the world. Their dreams are just as important as ours. So, in conclusion, as listeners, we all have a responsibility to think about what we hear and what we see. I invite you to look beyond politics and headlines and remember the real people whose lives are affected every day in Gaza by choosing empathy, asking questions, and refusing to stay silent. We can keep hope for peace life. And I would like to state that I think it's a big deal. Real change begins when people decide to care. Thank you.
Thank you, Asmin. Our next keynote speaker will bring a broader geopolitical perspective to our gathering. Please welcome John Zacharias Christ, who will be speaking on Turkey as a bridge between East and West, a fitting topic as we sit here in Istanbul, a city that physically and culturally embodies this bridge. And I'd like to add that he was in the second Sumut flotilla. Mr. Christ, the stage is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. How are you? Good? 'Cause many of you know me because I was your teacher. Who have I taught in this room? Raise your hands. It's about half, mashallah. Okay, very good. So as you know, I was at Marmara Imam Hatip Lise last year, and this year I am at Fatih Sultan Mehmet Vakıf University, sorry. As you can see there. So I am an English teacher, and as it was announced, I was on the previous flotilla. Sumaya Hanım was also on a flotilla, the one before me, so 2005 and 2006. You have two representatives of this. Now, before we begin, Sumud across borders, the word Sumud, what does it mean? What is Sumud? Okay, I mean, one word, yes? Fishing, okay, so women who caught fish, you speak Arabic, don't you? Do you speak Arabic? Okay, so if you speak Arabic, then you have a greater understanding of what it is, which is good. That's one aspect of it. In this context, when we say the Sumud flotilla, what does Sumud mean when it comes to your mind? There's an aspect of that, that's true. Sumud. Where are Arabic speaking students? There's Arabic students here. Struggle? Hope? Okay, anything else? Now, is there Abdul Samed among us? Is there any Abdul Samed among us? Anybody with the name Samed? Nobody? Oh, okay. It's actually related to the word Samed, okay? Because when people say Sumud, at least in Turkey, what I have understood is that people think that it is related to the flotilla. And they leave it at that. It's much grander than that. So, Samed, since we are Imam Khatib students here, Samed means what? That's Turkish. The one who has no need. What exactly? So sumud it's related to that, and so it can be translated as steadfastness. Okay, that's one way that you could translate it. There is an what did you say? Struggle is there's an aspect related to it because when you are steadfast against something. So there is that aspect in there. Solidarity. Some people might add that in there too. So it's a multifaceted concept. Yes, the word might mean steadfastness, resistance. So these things are all in there. Okay, so these are all important concepts of it. So when we think of Sumud, we want to think of it as maybe something more than just a flotilla that is going to Palestine once a year. It is a comprehensive concept that we have there. So when I was talking with some of our guests during the break, when I was talking with Sumaya, we talked about our experiences, and I brought up the fact that the 2026 flotilla was much harder on the participants than those of 2025. In fact, the participants who went on it last year and this year, some of whom were on my boat, said that last year was a vacation compared to this year. Okay. Then Sumaya said something very, very important. She said that, and everything we experience is a vacation compared to what the Palestinians experience on a daily basis, which is absolutely true. Now, what I want to bring up with this is that we often like to maybe play down our experiences, those who have been on this flotilla or have been on the convoy, because we don't want to put ourselves in front of the Palestinians and what they go through. However, one thing that I've realized and that a lot of us have talked about is that unfortunately, I'd say unfortunately, you'll understand why. Unfortunately, we have to really put ourselves out there, me being a dual American and Turkish citizen, because what happens is that the world listens to people with certain passports. That's an aspect of Sumud that I'll get into though. And so when we talk about what happened to us, when I say that I was tortured, okay, and we were systematically tortured on the previous flotilla, it's not to bring out this fact that, hey, I had this horrible treatment and this other things. No, it's to show, look, I am an American with a Turkish passport who went with my Turkish passport, but I'm a white guy from the United States. I speak English with a native accent, and I was subjected to torture. This means that the basic or the minimal treatment that one will experience from the Zionists is torture. Okay? So this is the bare minimum. You're not going to get lower than that. So when I explain what happens to me, I'm not going to do that here. There's enough that's written out and that has been broadcast that I do hope that you look into. It's to show that, look, this is the bare minimum. The Palestinians are not experiencing anything less than this. They're experiencing much, much, much worse than this on a daily basis. So, now, moving on to my next point. Before moving on, let's remember that the true heroes. If I ask you, who are the true heroes of this movement? If I say that, because I get told this all the time, you are a hero. I'm sure, Sumaya, you've been told that too for going on it. You are a hero for doing this. What's the response that we actually give? You know? I know you know, but the Palestinians are the true heroes. Because everything that we do it with a government behind us. We do it with stronger passports. So when I yell, "Free, free Palestine," in Ramon Airport in Eilat, and no one does anything to me, it's only because I have the Turkish government behind me saying, you can't touch him. When the Palestinians do this, they don't have that government behind them. They're doing it without that security. So, remember, who are the real heroes of this? The Palestinians. Okay? You must remember this. This is the first thing that I will emphasize. Now, since I'm talking about Turkey as a bridge between East and West and its role in Sumud, this is the first year that ships sailed from Turkey, or from Turkey. Last year that didn't happen. This year it did happen. We sailed out from Marmaris, if you know where that is. 15 ships from Turkey. We went early, we got these all ready and everything else. Now, what is the importance of Turkey in this regard? Because there are different ports that this flotilla sailed out of. Barcelona, Spain. Sicily, in Italy. There were some ships that were going to come out from France, but some things happened. There are some other ships that waited in a Greek island. But we left from Turkey this time. What's the importance of this? Last year, it was Tunisia. Tunisia wasn't in this time. Turkey was. Why is it important that Turkey be in this mix? Now, Sumud is a global movement. Lots of people are a part of it. People from Europe, America. But there are people from what we might call the global south. It's easier for people from the global south to come to Turkey or to Tunisia last year in order to partake in this. Now, not everybody is able to get on a boat. There are reasons why they can't. But many people can come and help. Now, in order to come to Barcelona, what do you need? A passport. A strong passport. If you don't have that, then what do you need? A Schengen visa. Same thing for Italy. Not everybody can get that. Now, some Turkish people with green passports, yeah, you all can get it. Okay, you can go, you don't need a Schengen visa, fine. But there are lots of people in this part of the world, in many parts of the world, who can't. Tunisia last year, and then Turkey this year especially, they are the means by which people from different parts of the world can come and take part of this global movement. Whereas they might not be able to do so if it were restricted to European countries. So there's a very valuable role of Turkey that we have and that we saw this year, especially when we get into the notion of the interception off of Greece. Now we have to look at it in that context. So, as you may have been following, the first interception that happened to the flotilla happened 650 or so miles from Gaza off the west coast of Crete. This is farther west than Turkey. This is very far. Last year, if I'm not mistaken, it started at 100 miles off the coast. I think it was that. So what we call the orange zone, the zone where you might be intercepted. It's moved from 100 miles all the way to 660 miles. Now, that means that the entire East Mediterranean has become a sea for the Zionist forces to intercept and abduct people, European citizens. Now, why is that important? Because Greece, being an EU country, has a responsibility to protect other European citizens, and it didn't. Did not this time. Let the Israeli military enter its waters, abduct people, and take them back to Ashdod. So that's a high level of complicity, which is another aspect of Sumud, is to bring out the complicity of governments in the world that are working with Zionists. The Greek government showed itself this time to be one of those. Now, after that, there was a political crisis. There was a lot of pressure. Follow the news. Trump was pressuring Erdogan to not let the ships come into Marmaris. Very, very heavy pressure. The flotilla might have just been disbanded, everyone went home, and that was it. So, the government in Turkey did not budge. They allowed the ships to come in. It's a very big thing. How many ships? 50. This was not supposed to happen. Had the first interception not happened, what would we have done? We would have taken off from Marmaris, met in international waters, and gone straight to Gaza. The 50 ships that came and anchored in Marmaris were not supposed to come. They all came. In fact, I was one of the people who met the incoming sailors, activists, captains, and whatnot at Marmaris. There's somebody else in the audience who really helped me in that. Nasibe, can you raise your hand, please? Yes. So she was also there at that time, which we'll get into. How can you help as students in Turkey? We're going to use her as an example. She didn't know I was going to do that, though. Okay. But anyway, so I was, being the native English-speaking Turk, the one who they had go meet everybody and help them get to where they were going. Now, yes, it is much easier for people from the global south to come to Turkey than to Europe, but still not everyone was able to get a visa. Regardless, the Turkish government made an exception and allowed every single person entry into Turkey. They gave special permission just for this. They were able to come into Turkey, they were able to step on Turkish soil, they were able to complete their trainings, educations, refill their ships and everything. This was a very, very big, this is a very big step done by the Turkish government. In contrast to Turkey's neighbor, Greece, and when I mean Greece, I'm not talking about the people, I'm talking about governments here. The Greek government that helped the Israelis intercept, abduct, kidnap people in their waters. They came, so we have these actors who came to Turkey. Then, the next crisis, potential crisis, will these ships be able to leave? Okay, so they came in. They were scared. If we come into Turkish waters, will we not be able to leave? That was another issue we were dealing with. In the end, obviously, we left. So, this movement, Turkey being in this movement, played a very, very critical role when you look at the whole context of how this flotilla unfolded. Had Turkey not been in the position it was, had it not made the decisions it did, then it would have just been disbanded, people would have gone home, maybe some people would have been very cavalier and just driven their boat all the way to Gaza. That's a possibility, but, you know, it could have disbanded right there. So, that was what went down in Marmaris. Now, so the importance of Turkey in this, we had several Europeans, and I was talking with many of them, they were surprised to see how organized everything was when they got to the Marmaris port. Okay? They were in shock. In fact, some of them complained about the level of security that we had implemented there. They said, well, you know, if you don't have your badge, you can't get in. And like, well, we didn't do that back in Barcelona or in Syracuse, in Sicily. And unfortunately, there were at least 2 incidents of sabotage that happened in European waters. And so the comment that was made by the Europeans was, yes, okay, we are we don't like it, because we like, you know, everything to be easy and free going, but we understand why there are no incidents of sabotage that happened in Turkey, because you took security very seriously. So another point in that vein. Also, during that first interception, we had a crisis room. You could see that all of the logistics, when there was a crisis that happened, when there was an interception that happened, all of the members of the GSF were in Turkey somewhere, either on land, on a boat, somewhere, forming a crisis room and engaging in trying to solve the problem. So everyone was coming together here. Okay? People from all over the world. Now, there's a perception among Muslims, among Turks, I'm one of you, so I know what it is, that it's the Westerners who are doing so much work. And there are many who are doing great work. Many are here. But this perception has another side to it, so it's a double-edged sword. We're not doing anything. I think you probably have heard that, right? There's a lot of laudation, extolling the protests that are happening in the West. We don't see these happening in Turkey, right? Right? Am I talking? Yeah? Yeah, right? Yeah. And so that's a critique that people are saying. Now, there's reasons behind that why that might be, but what I witnessed is that on the Turkish side, there's a lot more things that are going on behind the scenes. Again, this is an aspect of the Sumud methodology. Again, who has the stronger passports? The Europeans. Who do people take more seriously in the international media, in the international community? Europeans, Americans, white people, right? Okay. So there is a strategic aspect to this. When we are put on a boat, my boat was going to have 20 people, all men, and we all had long beards. And so the joke was that boat is not a safe boat. We got to put some women on it, and we got to put some Europeans on it. Okay, because I went with my Turkish passport, so I wasn't European enough, I guess. And the reason being is because up until 2026, this was the strategy used so that when the IOF, when the Zionists came, they would stay their hand. They wouldn't attack as hard. They would be afraid of hurting a European or an American or a woman. Well, that might have been the case up until last year. That wasn't the case this year. And so they have changed their strategy, which shows that this whole movement is working. If you force your enemy to change their strategy, what does that mean? You did something right. Okay? So they had to intercept us 650 miles out. This is the first time they did it during the day. They would always intercept at night. Now they're not afraid. Just come out in the middle of the day and they take you off your boat. They don't take the boats. They don't commandeer them. They just take you off the boat and just let the boats float out, drift out in the open waters. So they've changed a lot of what they did even from last year. So it shows that this movement is working. Because I know a lot of people say, what's the point of this flotilla, all these things? You're not doing anything. You're giving them all this aid. We're not giving the aid anymore. They don't even take it. But if they're forced to change their strategy, if they're forced to up the amount of pressure, the systematic torture that they did this time, it's working. Does that make sense? Yes or no? You were my student. You know I like interaction. Yes or no? Yes. Is Harun? Yeah. Thumbs up? All right. Okay. So other aspects. So this Sumud movement, as I said, it's not just restricted to flotillas. There is a diplomatic, legal side to this. When we got back, so there are more than 400 or so people who were deported from Ramon Airport, Eilat, it's way down in the south of occupied Palestine, to Istanbul. The only people who were not on the planes with us were the Jordanians. They were deported overland because there's a land border. But everyone else was flown back to Istanbul. Upon arrival to Istanbul, again, not everyone had the right to receive a visa. Everyone came, they received free health care, they had their statements and testimonies taken, and this has now been elevated to the ICC. So both the Turkish court system has a case, universal jurisdiction, that they are going to try the people who tortured us, and it also has been brought to the ICC. Now, who brought it to the ICC, who collected the testimony, who did all this? Again, many of these were Turkish lawyers, okay? Not only Turkish lawyers. I don't want to, I'm not trying to point out that it was just the Turks who were doing it. I'm trying to show you that if you take a part in this, then there are places for you, even though you might not be seen, there are places for you to help out. Talked with one of my friends on the legal department, I'm not going to say his name. He told me that we went to the ICC and we were the ones who spoke the most to the judges in front of us. Now you don't know that, okay? Because you see an international team going to the ICC, if you even know that it went there, and you see that, okay, so it was a team. But so there's a lot of initiative that you here today, if you put yourself into the right positions, if you learn the language, if you learn the subjects that we talked about, legal things, all these things, if you take this seriously, there are things for you to do. Some of the people who were in Marmaris were not able to get on a boat. Egyptians. Why couldn't an Egyptian get on a boat with us? I wonder why. Because if they got captured and they were deported back to Egypt, Sisi is not a nice man, to put it very lightly. So we didn't allow, we being GSF, Global Sumud Flotilla, the organization did not allow Egyptians to go on boats. However, there were Egyptians that were at the dock with us, and they helped load, they helped with logistics, they did many, many things. But they're not on the boats. Nesibe, I'm going to tell the story about how there was a near diplomatic crisis on my boat. She alleviated it. Okay, so on my boat there was a member of parliament from Italy. It's the only parliamentarian on our boat. Last year there were many more. There was the presence of famous people of political and diplomatic power was stronger in your flotilla. We only had one parliamentarian. He was on my boat. He was from Napoli. His name's Dario. Okay, and I had to speak French with him because he didn't really speak English. So there you go. So he learned French too. Yes. You speak French, don't you? Yes. So, anyway, languages are powerful. You never know when you're going to use them. But, so Dario had an Italian passport, actually had an European Union passport because he was a parliamentarian. Now, we had taken off. We're heading out to sea and we were a couple hours out. And all of a sudden, Dario looks at me and says, I don't have my passport. I left my passport in my bag in the cafe right next to the dock. I'm like, oh my God. What can we do? We can't turn back. Okay, it's done. We're already separate from the fleet, so we're like, okay, what are we going to do? So I say, well, when we were in Marmaris, Nesibe had a car, and she was running all of the people to the hotel, the people who came from Europe on the boat. She was taking them to their hotels, to the city, to the dock, everywhere. I said, well, I'm going to call her. Tell her to go to the cafe. She goes, do you want to tell the story? No, okay, all right. So, tell her what happened. So there's a bag, and she goes into the cafe, she tells me, hey, there's a bag, we got to get this bag. Like, we didn't see a bag, there's no bag. So she goes, looks at each and every table and each and every chair, because it hung on the back of a chair. She found the bag. She says, I found the bag. I was like, okay, great, so what are we going to do? So there was one boat that hadn't taken off yet. Family boat, you probably remember the family boat. It was the biggest boat from last year. So the one boat that hadn't taken off, called the captain of that boat and said, hey, don't take off. Nesibe's coming. She's going to give you a bag, and that bag has got to get on my boat. Otherwise, we're going to have a diplomatic crisis because our European parliamentarian does not have his passport. And if he is intercepted like that, very big problem. Anyway, long story short, the bag got to us. Okay? So that whole event is another example of sumud. Okay? How people are coming together, using the resources they have. Yes, Nesibe did not get on a boat. She didn't sail to Gaza with us. But had she not been there, the mission would have suffered very bad consequences. Okay, so there are lots of things that you can do, even if you don't get on a boat. Okay, I want to emphasize this. But what do you need to do? What do you need to know to be able to do this? There are a lot of things that we talked about. History, okay, most of you know the history of Palestine. Hassan Basri, he talked about UNRWA, and he talked about legal terms and things like these are things. He wrote that article with the person on the one of the people on the legal team, so of Sumud. So this was actually co-written. So having the ability, knowing the law, international law, being able to speak English, you need to be able to speak English or French to be able to talk to the international courts. So having these languages, being able to articulate yourself, knowing the history, having a car and just driving into Marmaris because your sister is part of the group, that's basically what Nesibe did. And so she became part of this movement because she had a car, spoke English, and could drive, and was willing to drive the people who had come from Europe around Marmaris. And so she got a lot of other things. She got to do a lot of other things on top of that. But she was willing to put herself with what she had in a position where she could help this movement. So if you just take one step, Allah takes 10. You need to take that first step though, right? You all know the hadith. So if you're willing to take that one step with what you have, Allah will open more and more doors for you to be able to do more in such movements. So don't think that you can't do much. Yeah, maybe you can't really do much with what you have right now. You don't have that. But if you do what you have with what you got, then more venues will be opened up for you to do. I went on this Sumud. I didn't even know I was going to go 2 days before I went. Like, it was kind of like this really like fast thing. Like, hey, my friend goes, you want to go on Sumud? It's like, why? Teaching at a university. I got school. It's like, well, okay, sorry. And then it just so happened that the doors open, and I went. I put my foot out. I'm not going to tell the whole situation, but a lot of things happened within 2 days, and it was an intention, not just an intention, but also a manifestation and execution of that intention by taking one step, and then another, and then it just, whoa, I'm in Marmaris, and now I'm on a boat, the biggest boat of the flotilla. You gave the Italian diplomat. Wow, I have to use all my languages. So, I did not expect it to be as big as it was. I just thought I was going to go to Marmaris, be put on a little boat, and like, hey guys, I'm going to Gaza. But they made me something more than I ever thought I would be. And again, just one step. Using what I had. I didn't think I would use French. I really didn't. I thought English and Turkish would be enough. And all of a sudden, I find myself speaking French on my boat. So, what else can we talk about? Hocam, how much more time we got? Okay. So we talked about the perception. So we had an Italian parliamentarian, and then we had an Italian journalist on my boat, with whom I still am in contact. And so his name is Alessandro, and his quote after everything that he experienced was that I need to come to Istanbul and meet so-and-so people, Ismail and other people, because I realized without the Turks, this flotilla wouldn't be going. It wouldn't have taken off. Do you all think that that was the case? I'm asking a serious question. When my friend Alessandro, who was on the boat with me, kidnapped with me, when he says this, I wasn't surprised because I was in it, I saw it. But if I were to come to tell you, hey guys, this flotilla would not have taken off if the Turks had not been a part of it, would you believe me? Nod your head or shake it. Come on, I need to see movement. Would you believe me? Harun, would you believe me? Oh, you believe me because you were my student, and when I say something, teacher's always right. Okay, 80% of the boats were bought with Turkish money. That's one thing. So even if people didn't go on it, those boats who were piloted by Europeans were bought with money donated from IHH and other organizations, okay? So there was a lot of donations that came from the Turkish. A lot of diplomatic effort was expended. A lot of the humanitarian aid that was put on. We kept getting it day after this, like, guys, there's no more place to put this aid. Well, we got 10 more tons. Like, all right, okay, so let's put it on a boat. Now, how much more time? 5, 10 minutes. Great. So, another thing that I will bring up, because people talk about critique. Yeah, guys, you're giving these boats to Israel. Well, we're not, because they don't take them anymore, so that critique's gone. We're actually picking them up and bringing them back. I think about 10 of them have been recovered, and they're being brought back. That's one critique. Well, the aid. Guys, you know, if all of those boats, with the aid that was carried on them, were to make it into Gaza, you know how much aid that is? Like, how many trucks worth of aid? Any idea? 5 trucks, maybe. Yeah. You can't, I mean, that's the thing. It was like when they did that stupid airdrop propaganda. It's like they were saying the airdrop is like dumb because you only like drop a ton at a time. It's like, but a truck brings in tons upon tons, and you can get in 600 trucks a day if they were to just open the border. A boat, I mean, maybe 5 tons, or maybe 5 trucks maximum of all the boats. So when you think about the amount of aid that we're bringing, it's actually quite nominal. The goal here, yes, we do want to bring aid, and there's an aspect, why do we have to carry it? I'll get to that. But think about it. The goal here is to be in solidarity with the Palestinians. They're telling us to come. We're showing that we care. It's important. If we were to break the blockade, the amount of aid that entered notwithstanding, the fact is we broke the blockade. It's just like when there was the Iran and Israel missile fight back and forth. Everyone said, wait, that Iron Dome isn't so impenetrable. You can hit them with missiles. They're not as powerful as we thought. It'd be a similar thing. If we can just break that blockade, there you go. Doesn't matter how much aid gets in. I mean, we would want more and more, but just breaking the blockade, inshallah, would then open the door for the real aid to come in through every venue. Most importantly, through Rafah. That's the big one that needs to happen. The big thing that needs to happen is for the Zionist state to be dismantled and then to dissolve, of course. But barring that, that's, if you're talking about aid, it's the trucks that need to get in. Okay, so why do we carry it? Another aspect is, if you're carrying humanitarian aid on a boat, you are legally allowed to enter every country's waters. They cannot hinder you. They can't stop you. So if I want to use Egyptian waters to carry humanitarian aid, that is a strategic aspect of it. So there's not just, hey, let's carry some aid in. Yes, of course, let's do that. But it allows the ability for us to keep working, keep moving. If we don't carry humanitarian aid, then we can't enter the waters of countries without their permission. We don't need permission. We're carrying humanitarian aid to people who need it, right? That's a legal aspect of it. Did you know that? Did you all know that? No. But it's an important aspect. So there is a legal factor in this. Why do we carry aid? And we really are carrying aid. We can use international waters. They can't tell us you can't come in. Not legally, right? Okay? That's why the Zionist forces, this time, they went to great lengths to say, hey, we didn't find any aid on the boats. Well, yeah, you didn't look, okay? You just kind of threw the boats out in the water. So, now, there's a little video that maybe some of y'all have seen. I knew these people, very good friends, Harun and Ibrahim. One of them is from East Turkestan. You can probably get, yes, Ibrahim. So if we can show this video along with the sound, it's in Turkish. I think all of you or most of you know Turkish, but there you go. So here's Harun and here's Ibrahim. Now you're going to have to take a look at what's out in the back. Now I do not condone smoking, but the video is funny nonetheless. So if we can
Korkutmaya mı çalışıyorsunuz siz?
Operasyon çekecekler, sizde kral, satın adamda yok.
Hayır. Ya bunlar çılgın Türkleri bilmiyor herhalde İbocuğum.
Abi öğrenirler. Öğrenirler. Hayat boyu böyle şeyler öğretir. O da bize gözdağı vermeye çalışıyor.
Evet.
Yer mi Anadolu çocuğu?
Yemez.
Yemez.
Korkuyor muyuz?
Hayır tabii.
Hayır tabii ki. Niye korkalım? Ondan bizden korksun.
Yes. So, what are they doing there? Obviously, they are trolling the Israeli occupation forces on the high seas. That was an Israeli frigate that they sent to chase down little boats with no weapons on them, with humanitarian aid. Think about this. They sent multiple frigates after us. And so what do our guys do? They know they're going to get intercepted because they're making maneuvers. They're getting their boats faster, actually. It's not faster in terms of maximum speed, but it can move around much more easily, much faster. So they could evade for a long enough time until 3 of those frigates came after them. And then it's kind of like, all right, guys, what are you going to do? All right, so they decided to troll them, and they made a video, and there's the video. So if you go on a boat, you can even troll them with a video. There you are. So there are many ways you can even, so this is a great use of technology. This video became viral. They then made an AI video. And it's just, there are ways that you can use this. It's in Turkish. Translated into English into an AI video. That's what they did. Okay, so don't think that, hey, I don't have enough to do anything. The guys were about to get kidnapped, abducted. What did they have? They had 2 cigarettes. So they lit them, and they trolled the Israeli occupation forces as best as they could. The video got sent out, and there you are. So I can speak at length on this, but I'm not going to. Before we conclude, are there any questions? Harun? Yes, any questions? No. Okay, anybody else? Do you have any questions? Harun was one of my favorite students. He's sitting right next to my son, by the way. So, yes. Any questions? Any comments? Yeah.
I really I'm currently fighting to change this narrative because I'm also human who have hopes and have life and beloved ones, and I don't want just to be as a superhero because that's too much of weight on my shoulders that I have I'm happily represent Palestine and Gaza and everything, but it's also too much weight for the shoulders. So I wouldn't say everyone is super hero or whatever. It's just I think Palestinians need more solutions than being seen as superheroes. Yeah.
Yes, and I agree. I mean, I can resonate, but I am called a hero because I got on a boat. And, like I said, to emphasize this to the audience, the point is very important. We are humans, and when we're in it, we don't know. How did you make it through? It's well, I had no other choice. I mean, you just kind of have to get through it. When they're beating you, when they're hitting you, it's well, you just, what were you thinking at the time? I don't remember. You're just kind of making it through the moment, I guess is what it was. And then I made it through. I don't think I'm special, but if someone's going to call me a hero, I'm going to say, wait a second, take a step back and think about it. I have a government behind me. What about the people who are doing this without that government? You should probably think about them, and hopefully that would drive them to act and to act into this solidarity. Yes. Okay, are we radical enough? This is a good question. So when I look at what we experienced, okay, so Sumud, at least the flotilla, this is a nonviolent action, okay? And so some people will take up arms and resist, and it is legal under international law, so I'm not saying that this is a wrong manifestation. It's just that Sumud specifically is a nonviolent action. Now, is that enough is the question. It does bring out the hypocrisy of complicit governments. It does show the barbarity of the Israeli occupation forces. It does a lot of things that if we were to use violence, that would not be brought out. Because then it could just be, you know, they could make an excuse like we were just defending ourselves or some, you know, they do that. But if we're being chased down by frigates, let's just imagine, for argument's sake, that we were armed to the teeth on our boat. We had a bunch of AK-47s, and when those Zodiacs came up, we started shooting them. And we won that little battle. Then the frigate shoots a missile at us or a torpedo, and then the boat sinks, right? Like AK-47s can do nothing against a frigate. When you think about the asymmetric nature of what's going on. So, do I really think that we as civilians can do enough? No, I think that there needs to be an international, like what some of the speakers were talking about. Governments need to take action. Governments that have the power to stop power. So you're using power to stop power. That's not something that civilians, even if we were to arm ourselves to the teeth, we don't have that amount of power. We can't take on a frigate.
We are not white enough just like to have arms like as in Ireland or whatever, like to people for us to justify using armed resistance. But my point was like, I think people could go like on strikes for so long that actually the society collapse if they don't actually make actions where like could save the Palestinians' lives or people in Congo and Yemen and like everywhere like where they're oppressed. Like you don't have to use weapons right now. As like Sena was saying, like use your phone at least, you know, like you could go on strikes and like not just with like all my respect, like but like a protest on a Sunday or a Saturday wouldn't change anything. Like you show that you care and you love and like you root for like the good, but that's not enough like to save the lives that are being taken away from people.
Yeah, so this is an important point. So how would that dismantle the Zionist state is kind of the question that I would ask in turn to that. Like if everyone were to protest. Let's compare Italy with Turkey. So in Italy, there is a Zionist government. Meloni is a Zionist. The only reason she made a somewhat strong statement after the interception was because the parliamentarian was tortured. Given that, torturing a parliamentarian is technically it's a declaration of war. Right? So her statement is still very weak given the context. So the Italian people protest. And I agree. In Turkey, we don't protest. We don't have a Zionist government against whom we're protesting. So if the situation in all of Europe were like that in Turkey, protesting I don't think is enough. It needs to be done in certain contexts, in the European context, in the American context, in places where the governments are wholly complicit. In Turkey, other things need to be done. Protesting, who are you protesting against? Can you hand your microphone over?
I think the boycott is the most effective one in the non-Western countries. And also we support, sometimes the protest, it's more than protest. For example, I love Pal Action. They made a lot of...
That's now starting to get a little bit violent, though. That's using violence, not against people.
It's the most effective one, actually. It's the most effective. Actually, you know, sometimes what I think, the problem is coming from the West. So the cause of that problem, what happened in Palestine and the other non-Western countries, all ideology is coming from the West, and I think the struggle also should continue in the West.
Yes, but
because without of the complicity of the Western, without the countries, Israel can't do anything. So sometimes I think the attack of the Israel is attack against Israel is useless because they will always be supported by the Western governments. So we should disturb Western governments.
Okay.
It's one of the most important things that we do. We should disturb their economy. We should disturb their diplomacy and all of their political ideas.
Good.
That's with the Western people.
Good.
So because Because the Western people, white people, decolonize. It's not only about the Gaza. When they protest and when they also the damage to their pro-Israel government, it's also a very good step for them because these people also suffering from the colonialism.
Yes, good. So I think what we're getting at is that people in what you would say the global south, in this specific context in Turkey, they have to do different things than what they're seeing in the West. So instead of saying, oh, look at the Westerners and what they are doing, they're protesting, the means that people in other parts of the world have to undertake are very different. If your government is Zionist, you do something different than if your government is willing to help you send a flotilla outward. So there are different things. So if you're in Turkey, what you can do is different. Hocam, how much time do we have? Do we have time for another question, or are we done? One more? Okay, so I think we have one more, and then we can move on, or comment, or however. And then I will end it. I will wrap it up.
Well, I had a question, but I just wanted to add on to the previous points. Just in terms of like the resistance and also means of protesting, like peaceful protesting and violent protesting go hand in hand in, I think, all struggles. I think it's very important to have both because especially in the Western society, peaceful protesting helps people gain trust in those people who organize those peaceful protests, which then make them more passionate about the topic, and then eventually some people can actually resort to other more radical ways of protesting, like for example the PAL action. But also I just had a question about, because I'm very curious to know what is like your activist background, or how did you emerge as an activist?
So I actually started learning French way back when because it was like the lingua franca, it was a dying lingua franca, and so I wanted to do humanitarian work. This was way back when I was like in middle school. I remember like, okay, if I learn French, I can go to Africa. I didn't know that you needed other languages too, but at that time. So the goal was to learn languages so that I could do humanitarian work. And knowing English and then knowing French, I thought that would be enough to do that. It's not, but I thought at the time as a 14-year-old boy. So moving into that, I started to translate for the Samud flotilla. I was translating the trainings and the workshops, and I became an interpreter, and they're like, all right, well, you can come. And so we did an interview, and that's how it just kind of progressed. I used what I had, my ability to translate and to edit, and I used it effectively until they saw that this, you can maybe do some more, and so I eventually got onto a boat that way. So it was through my ability to translate and edit. That's actually how it started. And that started way back when I was like 14, when I took that step to, I want to learn French so that I can help people in deprived parts of the world. That's actually where it goes back to. The last thing I will say, and then I will wrap it up. So about PAL Action, because do you know what PAL Action is in the United Kingdom? Have you been following that? Palestine Action is a group in the United Kingdom that actually breaks into Israeli weapons makers and will destroy weapons. And so they were actually charged with terrorism. And yesterday, the appeals court in the UK has ruled that it is a terrorist group. So they are a terrorist group. Now, what does that mean? They were effective. The fact that the UK courts had to break their own laws to call this group a terrorist organization shows that it was very effective. So that's why it's not only, yes, if you say protest, if you understand it just as nonviolent, and when I mean violent, I don't necessarily mean hurting people, but breaking property that's used as weapons. That is also a form of using violence in a way that technically is protected if you're doing it against genocide. That's something that people have the right to do under international law. You can do that technically. So I think that's enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that insightful analysis. For our final student speech of the event, please welcome Sevdedila Ekinci, a prep class student at Marmara Anatolia İmam Hatip High School.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Sevde Dila Ekinci, and today I will be speaking about the origins, development, and the global structure of Zionism. Zionism is a political idea that started in the second half of the 19th century, especially among Jewish people in Europe. This idea is based on creating a Jewish state in the land of Palestine. According to this belief, Jewish people should build and protect an independent, self-governing country in Palestine, because they see it as their historical homeland. The name Zionism comes from the Castle of David in Jerusalem and the Hills of Zion. The movement argues that the only way for Jewish people around the world to escape unfair treatment and persecution is to have their own country. Theodor Herzl is known as the creator of modern Zionism. He organized the first Zionist Congress in Basel, Switzerland in 1897. This meeting was a major turning point because it changed the idea into a real political movement. Zionism didn't stay just a political movement. It built a global network using money, media, universities, and diplomacy, and its effects were felt worldwide. Powerful Jewish communities in living countries like the US, the UK, and France used lobbying to put pressure on governments. During the 20th century, important banking families played a major role in funding the movement. Also, powerful Zionist groups held important positions in global media companies and created news that shaped how the public thought. Freemasonry is an old organization focused on ideas and helping its members. It teaches its members lessons about morals, helping each other, and brotherhood. History books and research shows that there were connections between Masonic lodges and the Zionist movements. In the 18th and 19th centuries, Freemasonry was a meeting for intellectual and political leaders, especially in Europe. In many of these meetings, people discussed Zionist ideas using concepts like global brotherhood and human rights. Masonic groups act as a bridge between political and economic leaders, which indirectly helped Zionist ideas spread. Therefore, we can say that Freemasonry was an important factor in the growth of Zionism. Now, let's look at why many world leaders cannot speak out clearly against Zionism. There are several reasons for this. Many countries depend on financial centers influenced by Zionism because of the global banking system and investment funds. If they act against Zionism, they can damage their own economies. Leaders who criticize Zionism in the main news media are quickly attacked and called anti-Semitic. This hurts the reputation of these heads of states. In many countries, especially in the United States, Zionist lobbies are very powerful. They give money to election campaigns and can change political careers. In the Middle East and around the world, relations involving energy, weapons, trading, and diplomacy are set up to avoid conflict with Zionist interests. Today, Zionism is directly connected to the actions and politics of the State of Israel. However, the issue isn't just about Israel's presence in the region. It is also about hidden alliances and power relations in world politics. At the same time, anti-Zionist movements are growing from Latin America to Asia. The rise of social media gives people a different way to get information, breaking the control of traditional news companies. Even so, because of the current balance of political, economic, and military power, it will be difficult to weaken Zionist influence anytime soon. To sum up, The idea of Zionism started in the 19th century with the dream of a nation state. It grew stronger in the 20th century through global networks, and today it is a very powerful factor in international relationships. Private groups of powerful elites, like Masonic lodges, historically helped this idea spread indirectly. Today, leaders stay silent because of very strong pressure from the economy, politics, and the media. Because of this Zionist ideology, places are bombed every day in Palestine. Hundreds of people, including children, old people, and women, are killed. And the big crime against humanity is happening. What we must do is never support Zionist ideas and never forget what is happening to the people in Palestine. I end my speech by hoping a world without cruelty and war. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dila. Now, as the final address, our English and Korean teacher, Bushra Seher Kabakush, will be expressing her thought about the issue. Please welcome her.
Assalamu alaikum. First, I would like to welcome every single one here to this incredible event organized by our high school, Marmara Anadolu İmam Hatip Lisesi. Thanks a lot for coming here. Being the last one is really so hard. We have waited so much. And today was really so tight scheduled. So I'll try to my best to make it shorter as much as I can. Just bear with me, please. Okay. So, as you know, we have been here to discuss Zionism with all pros and cons. Since yesterday, well, there was no pros, I think, though. We had a chance to listen to view and research of several speakers who are experts on and related to the topic since yesterday. And but today I want to focus on two questions, actually. The first one, have you really realized it, the Zionism, after the 7th October? Or have we actually been aware of it, but just closing our eyes? As you all know, the Zionism did not suddenly emerge overnight. It has always been there with us for centuries. And it has been an issue, not only for the Muslim world, but for the whole world, as Professor Sami El-Arian emphasized in his speech yesterday. Before enlarging on this point, I would like to go back to the first time when this notion appeared. When we hear the word Zionism, the first thing or the first name coming into the mind is Theodor Herzl, right? But actually, this notion doesn't belong to him. It was first uttered by Nathan Birnbaum, an Austrian Jewish journalist. By this word, he meant all the Jews around the world should be able to live in harmony with the others by keeping their own faith and culture. But it changed its root through more ideological and political one, which is not close to any faith or religion, after the first Zionist Congress, led by Theodor Herzl. He was the Secretary General, Nathan Birnbaum. He was the Secretary General of the Congress, but he felt something was wrong. By this notion, he never meant for harming others. He just wished for all the Jews to live their lives by keeping their own characteristics, such as their culture, their faith, their language, etc., without being excluded by anyone. And so, after seeing the march of events, he became an anti-Zionist. Can you imagine it? He was the first one who made the notion Zionism, but now he is an anti-Zionist one, and the really strict one. And such a pitch that he published an anti-Zionist newspaper named The Roof, The Call, in 1933 in Holland during the Nazis' Holocaust. So actually, this shows us that, as other speakers mentioned before, Zionism and Judaism are not the same, because there is no place for faith or religion in Zionism. Till now, they hid themselves behind the excuse of being victimized for centuries, especially during the Nazis regime. But actually, if you look at it, you will see that most of the anti-Zionist Jews are the descendants of the Holocaust victims. Okay, after this brief flashback, let's get to the main point about our awareness. Zionism, which has been affecting all the world in a negative manner, has taken its form in accordance with the protocols drafted by Theodore Herzl when he was just 26. Yeah, he was just 26 years old. And what are these protocols? Do you know about the protocols? Have you ever heard about them? Yeah, my students, yeah. They are the unofficial rules composed of 24 articles for those following Zionist ideology. Can you imagine? They have been following the rules drafted by a young adult without any hesitation or suspicion, with a strong, absolute, strong resolution and consistency. Well, actually, I think this is where we lose, because unfortunately we don't have these two aspects as Muslims, unfortunately. For better understanding, let me give an example. Most of us here know or heard about. There occurred a change in regime in Egypt in 2014, as you know. They toppled the president chosen by his people for the first time in Egypt's history, despite of all the opposition and protest. Many people lost their lives, their beloved ones, etc. We, as onlookers, considered it just as a kind of civil war regarding only the Egyptian people. But we get to know what it meant over a decade later. They were actually building their trap, brick by brick, in patience. On 7th October, one of the issues we got riled up the most was the reason why Egypt didn't let the aid get through the Rafah border crossing, even though they are the same Muslim country. It was because the Zionists placed their pawn on the throne years ago. This is just one example, how patiently and consistently they work for their purpose. And unfortunately, there are many more. So, while living all these schemes, have we really not realized any of them? Is it possible to be this blind? I don't think so. We've just chosen to close our eyes because it is easiest and it is more peaceful in this way for all of us. In their protocols, they say, we will make the Goyim. Goyim means the ones who are not Judaists, Jewish. We will make the Goyim's children idiots who cannot use their thinking abilities thanks to the TV, computer, and the education system we make. And we just accepted it without questioning. Till now, our children knew how to fill in the blanks, how to choose the correct answer, have to spend their time by being enchanted by movies, dramas, or ridiculous video games, etc., we just kept our silence. In their protocols, they say, we will use what the goyim produce to make profits for ourselves and always share it with our comrades in need. There will never be any Zionist who is poor or need. And on the other hand, we have always avoided sharing with our own people in need. We just try to fill our own pockets, much more. So, we've never been strong enough because we failed to be united. And also, in their protocols, they say, we will destroy the notion of being a family and having any kind of faith for the goyim by using entertainment industry. This way, they will lose their morals and values and also faith, which keep them strong. And we just accept it again. We said, there is no need for these notions. We live in a different time from our grandparents. The era has changed. Everyone lives like this. No need for faith, no need for values. We are much more civilized now. And we lost our track in this way. Again, in their protocols, they say, we will be the only ones holding the power by using money. And we just accepted it. We repeated the lie they told us. Muslims must be humble. We shouldn't be greedy. No need to be rich or powerful in this world. We just want the other world. But we forgot what our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, told us. Work for this world as if you will live forever, and work for the hereafter as if you will die tomorrow. Actually, when we look at it, we just did what they asked us to do. We have been aware of everything, but we just choose the easiest way. So we are also responsible for the crimes they have been committing, because we encourage them by closing our eyes to the reality. We forgot how to think. Actually, what's happening in Palestine today helped us to see more clearly now. We've started to wake up our long and deep sleep. So from now on, we have to keep our eyes open and regain what we lost till now. Our values, our faith, our souls, ourselves. Let's keep awake and break the silence. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Kabakush, for your speech. We will now take our final coffee and prayer break of the event. Please return at 4 p.m. for our closing presentation.